Chapter 1286 Plunder 3. That's the power of nothingness, Wang Wei thought. He focused, and as expected, that's the power he was familiar with. The Dragon Palace used nothingness to create this potent killing formation. If there were any other people involved, they might die or, at the minimum, be severely injured after dealing with such power. Unfortunately for them, they met Wang Wei. This is a great opportunity, Wang Wei realized. Nothingness-based formations are extremely rare because of the materials required and the fact that most array masters refuse to install them due to the danger. Unless they spent years studying it, most array masters are unfamiliar with this kind of power, meaning it's easy for them to make mistakes in the installation process. However, the slightest mistake also means their deaths and everything around them. By controlling that formation, I can gather enough nothingness power to condense my wheel and enter the battle taboo realm, Wang Wei analyzed with excitement. It seems my luck is on the uptake. As soon as Wang Wei had these thoughts, he paused as he realized something. Besides a few minor setbacks, my luck has constantly risen since my ascension. And after today's haul, no, after my training with the future wife, it should reach its peak. He squinted. After luck reaches its peak, there is only one way for it to go, down. In other words, Wang Wei can already predict that his life will not be so good once he's done training with Wu Hong. I must be ready, he thought. He realized that Supreme Unity was the only person who could truly make his life miserable. In other words, the latter should be making a significant move soon. A sense of urgency suddenly loomed over Wang Wei. However, he also understood this was not the time to be worrying. He no longer wasted time being distracted and summoned his nothingness wheel to control the upcoming power, allowing their team to navigate this killing array unharmed. He used nothingness for his flesh enlightenment? How crazy is this guy? Monk thought as he saw how Wang Wei dealt with this situation. The barbarian race is masters of body refiners, so they've tried a few times to walk the path of nothingness throughout their history. Unfortunately, everyone brave enough to use that concept, except for one, died tragically as their bodies, souls, and Tao were extinguished by the very power they had tried to control. The only survivor was an inextinguishable paragon who wanted to change his concept from eternity to nothingness. To that barbarian's credit, he made excellent achievements in the path of nothingness during his attempt. His achievements were even higher than Wang Wei. According to Wang Wei's division of the power nothingness, there are 4 stages: intangible, void, emptiness, and true nothingness. Wang Wei was currently at the peak of the void stage, and once he achieves taboo with this power, he'll enter the emptiness stage. That barbarian reached the peak of the emptiness stage. Sadly, he made the same mistake as everyone who tried to walk this path, trying to control true nothingness in one step. According to Wang Wei's recent speculations, he'll only achieve true nothingness after entering the half-step transcendent realm. That barbarian did not understand this and almost died in his attempt to control true nothingness. Luckily, he was a wise man and controlled his greed. At the last moment, he abandoned this path despite it looking like he was so close. While Monk and Dulgun, the only ones who recognized Wang Wei's feat, were in awe of his actions and accomplishment, the latter finally led the team into the Dragon Palace. However, Monk learned an essential lesson from this experience. Only crazy people can become anomaly-level talents. There is no need for me to hesitate any longer, Monk thought. He listened to Wang Wei's suggestion that he may need to enter the taboo battle realm to be considered an anomaly, and he's been deducing a technique to do so. He succeeded with his Supreme Chaos Treasure, which helps people create techniques. However, only partially, since all his calculations said he would explode and die instead of increasing his fighting abilities. His wife, usually the voice of reason, convinced him to take things slow and not rush into trying this method. He agreed with her, but now, he decided to rush things by asking Wang Wei for advice. Although that would result in him releasing information about a technique that allowed someone to achieve taboo, he did not care. This technique is flawed, and he might never finish it without proper guidance. After entering the Dragon Palace, Wang Wei saw a small army of 1,000 men waiting for them. This army was the same as the illusion, except this one was real. No, they were more potent since they were all Empyreans. However, he did not want to waste more time, so he annihilated them with one staff smash. Now, he needed to ponder what their next step was. Wang Wei wanted to go directly to the central array hub to control the nothingness array. However, he knew this was not the best utilization of their manpower. Since he tasked Red Mask with a mission, he should trust her to succeed. "We will divide from here," Wang Wei said. "I'll go to the treasury to secure it. Monk, your task is controlling the alchemy room and the other professions. Capture these professions alive. We need them to work for us." Wang Wei was in desperate need of capable professionals, especially after today's event. The people from the Changing Fate Hall have amassed an absurd amount of resources, so there is the possibility they'll stop relying on the hall. At least, not for a couple 100,000 yuan epics. Luckily, Wang Wei had predicted this and prepared. He sent his people to accompany these mercenaries. He tasked them to focus on taking finished products during the raid and leave the rare materials or resources to the hall members. He did this so these people would have no choice but to rely on the hall to turn these rare resources into finished products like pills, talismans, and artifacts. However, he also needed many professionals for his plans to work, so he targeted Blood Dragon's team. "I can go with him," the Flame Blacksmith suggested. "No problem," Wang Wei said. "Dulgun, your task is the Spiritual Medicine Garden. Puppet Demon will be under your management. Jia Ping, your goal is the Blood Dragon's cultivation room." The second prince's eyes lit up as he realized the importance of such a find. Any places that a higher being like Paragon has cultivated for so long will be embedded with an incalculable amount of Dao rhymes, turning it into a cultivation holy land. Not to mention, there must be countless precious arrays in such a place to accelerate Blood Dragon's practice. Flesh and Poison Demon, your task is to find where the Blood Dragon kept his luck-condensing artifact. He might have kept it on him, so it's fine if you don't find it. Wang Wei was convinced that the Blood Dragon's personal dimension was in Sun Junyo's hands, so he did not search for it. "The rest of you need to make as much noise as possible to distract and disperse their forces," Wang Wei continued. "Especially you, Cursed Demon. Spread a nasty curse around to cause chaos." "As you wish, boss." Wang Wei nodded. There were plenty more crucial areas in this place. For example, the library or the unique secret realms with rare resources or training experiences. However, these things could be left for later after securing these main areas and controlling the palace. The last thing he wanted was for the remains of the Blood Dragon people to destroy these areas out of spite and leave them with nothing. Wang Wei was about to disperse the group when he thought of something. He pointed at everyone and released a gray light into their bodies. "You might encounter a Tier 12 creation life form, and this should send you away to safety." Wang Wei was not sure whether Blood Dragon had cultivated any Tier 12 creation creatures. It's possible since creations cannot disobey their creators. However, it's also possible the dragon was paranoid, and out of fear of being betrayed and having his power usurped, he never created any. After all, although creation life forms can't betray their master on their own, it's something else if someone intervenes. Although rare, it's not as rare as an Eternal's, Ava, betraying them. "All right, let's move," Wang Wei said before disappearing. He broke through countless spatial layers and a few dimensions before finding the treasury location. And, as expected, there was a gatekeeper, which surprised him slightly. A Dao monarch, Wang Wei thought. And an insurgent. He was confused because this man did pose a threat to him, but it was very low. That can only mean he's using a Paragon artifact to become an insurgent. Wang Wei focused. Although this kind of insurgent was the lowest level, and many people do not even acknowledge their status, he would still take it seriously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1287 Plunder 4. Wang Wei looked at this middle-aged man with a subtle aura of demons and beasts. He was composed, as if he was confident in his abilities. This was odd since artifact insurgents were often looked down upon. So, Wang Wei had to wonder about this man's source of confidence. "Who are you?" Wang Wei asked. "A dead man does not need to know my name." "So, it's Exin Tangtian," Wang Wei added, having already divined this much information. However, his actions made this guardian frown. Wang Wei was a master at controlling a conversation's rhythm, so with this simple move, the advantage was already on his side. "So, Exin Tengen, why are you so loyal?" Wang Wei asked. "Your oppressor is already dead. But instead of taking this opportunity to get some remuneration and running away, you're still doing his bidding. Why is that?" "What do you people know? This is only a temporary setback. Once the Lord returns, none of you can survive his wrath," Exentengan sneered. "He will hunt all of you until the end of the earth." Wang Wei calmly looked at this man. "Your threat is not as intimidating as you think. As long as these plunderers hide in the lawless zone, they'll be fine. Even if Blood Dragon returns, what can he do? With his terrible fighting ability and the rules of the lawless zone, he'll be useless even if he invaded with all his troops." Exen Tangtian was immediately speechless. These words had some truths to them. The lawless zone rejected any form of intervention from the outside world, so these people might get away with it if they hide there. Not to mention that by the time he revives, there should be a few more paragons in this world, Wang Wei added, and Exen Tangshan's face contorted. With all the resources plundered, he knew it was guaranteed that a few peak Empyreans would immediately attack the Paragon realm after they left. In the current political climate, one Paragon is enough to disrupt the situation, especially if it's someone highly gifted in fighting or, worse, a boundless Paragon. All these created a sense of urgency in Exen Tangshan's mind. "You still haven't answered my question," Wang Wei said. "Why are you so loyal? The controlling method Blood Dragon used in your soul should have dissipated after his death, unless he went as far as using a Dao mark as the basis of the technique. But even if he did, his weakened state should be enough for you to take the risk of removing it. Why do you care?" Exen Tangtan snapped before summoning his Paragon artifact, a bracelet. He activated it, transforming him into this golden ape with black armor, boxing gloves, and a terrible fighting intent. Exen Tangtian had turned into a Saint Battle Ape, one of the most powerful demon races in the Eternal Ascension world. With hesitation, the ape punched Wang Wei. This was a simple punch, but it contained such a potent fighting intent that the surrounding space and time twisted. It was as if this battle-intense purpose was to fight anything between heaven and earth, including conceptual existences. "I like to figure people out, and your actions haven't made sense to me yet," Wang Wei calmly responded as he evaded the punch. "It seems that the fact that Blood Dragon allowed you to be one of the few Tier 12 cultivators in the world has twisted your psychology, somehow, making you feel special. But is this enough to be this loyal? I don't think so." Wang Wei evaded millions of punches, and during the entire thing his eyes never left Exen Tangtong. The latter roared in anger and frustration before using even more potent battle techniques from the Saint Battle Ape clan. However, the result was the same. "I see. Your loyalty is out of fear," Wang Wei continued. "But is Blood Dragon so terrifying?" A ripple suddenly emanated from Exen Tangtian after hearing these words, and Wang Wei took this opportunity to read more about the latter's fate. "So, that's what happened. He once faked his death to catch all the people who wished to betray him, so this fear remains in your heart," Wang Wei nodded. He had to admit that his view of the dragon increased slightly after seeing how he put the fear of God into his subordinate after faking his death. "Shut up, you damn rebel," Exentingan yelled before his fist turned golden, and he smashed down. Wang Wei calmly raised his staff to block that attack. It was so potent that he flew a few kilometers away before stopping. However, a smirk could be seen in the corner of his eyes. "It's done," he thought before suddenly condensing millions of runes that rushed into the Paragon array protecting the treasury. "No," a woman's voice emanated from the formation area, followed by an intense energy fluctuation. Unfortunately, it was pointless as the runes sealed core areas and minor flaws in the formation. "What have you done?" roared Exien Tangtian. Wang Wei calmly looked at him. Now that his main objective was accomplished, there was no point in wasting time with this bastard. He suddenly appeared before the ape and punched it in the stomach. Exine Tang Tian howled in pain. Then, to his horror, he swiftly transformed to his human shape. Wang Wei took the bracelet from him and observed it. An artifact with summoning and demon-controlling laws? Interesting. He realized the artifact's primary purpose was to collect powerful creatures to summon in battles while also transforming into them to acquire their bloodline abilities. However, Exin Tangyan only had the ape inside, which showed how much trust the blood dragon had in him. Such a precious artifact was wasted on you. Wang Wei shook his head. He was not saying that just because there was only one creature inside. The Saint Battle Apes were one of the most powerful demons in this world, especially in the previous era when one of the tribal sacred mountains' two primal paragons belonged to them. Whenever there was a conflict with the pre-March origin temple, this race was on the front line, tearing the enemy apart. Their achievements in body refining and fighting had reached the peak of the world. Exin Tangtian probably never experienced more than 10,000 battles in his life, perhaps less after becoming a Dao monarch. How could such a person truly utilize the power of the Saint Battle Ape? Wang Wei put the bracelet away before looking at the treasure entrance. His eyes were not looking at the door but at this woman surrounded by runes. When he arrived, he noticed two presences, Exin Tangtian and the array spirit of this treasury. In the lower dimension, due to the intense nature of competition and the zeitgeist of self-reliance, most worlds/cultivation systems do not use things like artifact/array spirit. Instead, those artifacts are given limited intelligence while focusing on increasing their overall attack potency. However, the upper dimensions have more room for leniency, so such methods are more common. Wang Wei was not surprised that this protective formation had a spirit that could control it. However, he also realized the danger of this spirit. It will be exponentially more challenging for him to forcefully break through the formation with a spirit controlling. More importantly, even if he did, the latter could destroy everything out of spite, and there would be nothing he could do about it. So, Wang Wei had to lower her guard during his fight with Exin Tangtian, find its weakness/flaw, and seal them. She is resisting so damn hard, Wang Wei thought while shaking his head. I should warn the others if they encounter a similar situation. He didn't want any of them to be careless and make him lose a substantial amount of resources. Wang Wei sent the news but immediately sensed something. One of the protective measures he left on his men was activated. His eyes penetrated countless dimensions, and he saw someone pursuing the second prince. A look of shock and anger flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he saw that person. He saw something that he thought was impossible. He saw a heaven-will paragon. Great emperors who continue to absorb heaven's will to cultivate have their paths cut off since 99% die at Empyrean's immemorial tribulations. Despite this low possibility, many people still succeed and become heaven-will Empyreans. This world is too vast, there are too many resources, and there are too many cultivators, thus making it possible to give birth to heaven-will Empyreans. However, that's how far this path goes. None of them should be able to survive the Paragon tribulation. Damn it, that bastard blood dragon deserves to die by lynching, Wang Wei cursed. He knew what it would take to cultivate such an entity. The first was countless heaven wills, and the number was not just to develop someone to 90% Grand Dao source. No, Wang Wei could predict that this bastard had experimented with countless people before he succeeded. As such, the number of heaven wills wasted in such an experiment was astronomical. The second requirement for this plan to succeed was talent. Only an extremely talented individual whose Dao heart, mind state, and willpower had reached the peak would have a chance at surviving the Paragon tribulation. No person/group with a sane mind would waste such a talent and force them to walk the heaven-will path. But this bastard blood dragon did precisely that. Damn it, I want to revive this bastard to kill him again, Wang Wei said with gritted teeth. Such a talent would be considered a boundless paragon seed in any faction, but that dragon ruined it. As someone who loves talent, Wang Wei felt great pain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1288 Plunder, Finale. unedited chapter, Jia Ping's pursuer was relentless. A shroud of darkness enveloped the man, allowing him to teleport at an alarming rate. Even with Wang Wei's power taking him away, it's apparent that Jia Ping will soon be captured. Shadow Dao? Wang Wei thought. Not just that. He's a member of the Shadow Clan. A sudden realization dawned on Wang Wei. The Shadow Clan is a unique race with a miserable history. Their clan is born from the shadow. They can be classified as the Spirit Clan since they are shadows that have gained form and sentience. However, unlike the Spirit Clan, whose awakening is random and has few numbers, the Shadow Clan had a unique world that gave birth to them. Besides their unparalleled ability to control Shadow Dao, the clan had one unique characteristic called ultimate allegiance. Once a Shadow Clan member surrenders to someone else, they will be loyal until death. More importantly, a Shadow Clan with a master is immune to 99% of methods that could force them to betray their masters. It's rare for an everlasting Empyrean's avatar to betray them, and methods to achieve such a feat are few and between. However, such methods that are usable against members of the Shadow Clan are even rarer. This ability made the Shadow Clan famous throughout the Eternal Ascension world, but it almost led to their extinction. The Shadow Clan members became a commodity, resulting in countless people hunting them down to train them into their most loyal subordinates. The hunting was so severe that it almost resulted in the clan's extinction. Luckily, fate did not wholly abandon the Shadow Clan. In the middle of the Golden Era, their clan gave birth to an unparalleled genius called the Shadow Monarch. He became a peak boundless paragon at record speed and sheltered his clan. The man was relentless in saving and protecting his clan members. It did not matter who they were, he would attack them if they captured his clan members. That goes for the 13 overlords. Ultimately, the world had to compromise and leave the Shadow Clan alone. These top lineages did not care about the Shadow Monarch's fighting prowess, but they feared his hiding abilities. The man had escaped countless times under the hands of primal paragons, and once, he survived the attack of 3. The top lineages feared the Shadow Monarch would assassinate their top talents, so they compromised and left the Shadow Clan alone. However, the Shadow Monarch should have entered limbo after the ultimate taboo, again leaving his clan vulnerable. The parasites attacked them, killing and capturing many branches. Luckily, the main branch had the means left by the Shadow Monarch and hid themselves from the world. With such a talent, he probably could have been the next Shadow Monarch, Wang Wei lamented with a sigh. Damn it, how stupid are these people? Can't they think for the long term? Even the overlords decided to leave the Shadow Clan alone, but they dared do this to their clan. How were they prepared to deal with the Shadow Monarch? Do they believe the 2 sons would protect them? Anyone with a bit of brain would not know that the Shadow Monarch will one day return, and given how the latter felt about his clan, the first thing he'll do is probably take revenge. Even if not for revenge, the Shadow Monarch must kill these people to establish his prestige. Otherwise, other people might start lusting after his clan again if he showed weakness. Wang Wei shook his head. He summoned 4 time clones before disappearing from his place. He did not immediately attack but waited for the right moment for a sneak attack. His intuition warned him that if that person hid himself, he wouldn't be able to find him in his current state. Wang Wei controlled the power that was protecting Jia Ping, giving the shadow the sense that it was running out. The latter pounced on the opportunity, trying to catch Jia Ping. Erase my chance, Wang Wei thought. The shadow had paused and materialized, allowing him to act. The 4 clones appeared around the shadow and placed their staff around his neck, forming a magic circle that instantly sealed him. Lord, Jia Ping said in relief. Go finish your mission, Wang Wei said. Yes, and thank you for your help. Jia Ping departed, and Wang Wei observed the shadow. If only I could convert him into my follower, he lamented. This was impossible. No matter his method, it won't work for this person. This shadow hasn't committed suicide because it still senses Blood Dragon's Dao mark. Once that is gone, it will also leave the mortal coil, following his lord. Wang Wei's eyes saw the shadow's Dao tree. The tree had 12 golden lights, starting from the root to the top, each light releasing an aura similar to Heaven's Will. Although it appeared that it only took 12 Heaven's Will to fill this tree, that is a lie. The first heaven will light up the first 9 spots, and the 10th spot will release a slight yellow hue. The 10th spot will then turn golden after absorbing countless more heaven wills. Then, the cultivator will repeat the process for the 11th and 12th spot. Wang Wei frowned as he observed the Tao tree. My conjecture was right. This thing might be a transcendent path. Most people disdain the heaven will path, and with good reasons. However, they also fail to see the uniqueness of this path, and that's the utilization of the heaven will. What is the heaven will? It's a key that grants direct access to the Grand Tao source. It allows Tier 9 cultivators to skip over 100 large cultivation realms and gain direct access to the Grand Tao source, the origin of all laws, rules, and Daos in the chaos universe. Such power represents the direct authority of Grand Tao. Wang Wei once asked his Wu Hong whether paragons could create heaven wills, and she answered no. Many have tried, but none have succeeded, including her. He then asked whether paragons could provide cultivators direct access to the Grand Tao source, bypassing the use of a heaven will. Wu Hong told him that only paragons who hold one of the 3,800 main positions have this power and can only give access to whatever Tao they cultivate. In other words, Wu Hong could only provide access to the sealing Grand Tao source. Emperors cultivated in this manner are called vassal emperors because they are essentially slaves to the paragons who gave them the key. The Tao they cultivate is the Tao of that paragon, thus limiting their achievements. Vassal emperors are not popular in most chaos worlds because of possible disloyalty, and their training time is as long as regular emperors. Instead of wasting time on them, most position paragons would just use their Grandsmith wheel and train more creation lifeforms. Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Wei's mind as he observed and analyzed the Tao tree. The person who created this method has an extreme understanding of the heaven will. Wang Wei had 2 theories about the creator of the heaven will method. First, an emperor or empyrean created this method to bypass their lack of talent and reach a higher realm. The other is that a peak paragon created this method as their path to transcendence. This idea is that since the heaven will is an access key, they could access the core of the Grand Tao source after absorbing enough of it. If someone could reach the core of the Grand Tao source, that would mean they had the same level of authority as the Grand Tao, Wang Wei theorized. Such access should be enough to make someone step into the realm of transcendence. But even if it didn't, the creator could still absorb power from the core to nourish their body and soul, thus pushing their strength and maybe realm to another level. I have to say, it's an ingenious method, Wang Wei concluded. I don't know if this method is feasible, but it's worth researching, Wang Wei thought. This path of transcendence was worth researching once he reached the limit. Even if it's not possible, the idea is valuable. Wang Wei may not be able to enter the core of the Grand Tao source as a paragon, but it should be a different story once he's a half-step transcendent and has some means of confronting Grand Tao directly. I can use true deception Tao with this Tao tree method to enter the core secretly and even steal some power from Grand Tao. This idea had plenty of applications for his future, so Wang Wei was excited. Gu Sun's deception Tao might have been a joke before Heavenly Tao and Grand Tao now, but after becoming half-step transcendent and transforming from a chess piece to a chess player, this Tao will be truly valuable. I should start preparing for deception Tao, Wang Wei thought. He plans to understand 100% of this Tao. However, Wang Wei also did not want to waste time slowly cultivating it. He thought that maybe half-step transcendent could easily understand the Grand Tao source, so there was no need to rush. However, he needed to prepare just in case. Wang Wei had 2 plans for this problem. The first one is to search for another double pupil and use it himself to copy the deception Tao. However, such a method has too many restrictions, especially regarding how challenging it is to awaken the double pupil. So, he had to put his hope in the second plan. A project he called Tao Seed Planting. He'll find a talent and mold it into a genius that cultivates whatever Tao that he wishes. Then, when the time is right, he'll take their accomplished Tao fruit, allowing him to reach 100% Grand Tao source. That's how he plans to cultivate his professional Tao and his sub-Taos like destruction and soul. Now, he only needs to add deception to the mix. Wang Wei sensed a message, so he checked. Red Mask finally took control of the central array hub? Excellent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1289 Spoils and Temptations. Wang Wei waved his hand to materialize a small screen with Red Mask's face. He smiled while asking, "Everything's done?" "Yes, Lord," Red Mask nodded. "I apologize it took so long." "No, you're not to blame." Wang Wei would never blame her for taking so long. On the contrary, he would praise her for succeeding in this mission. In the lower dimension, his Fate Shadow Guard had a deep foundation, so he was always strict with Wang Ju when she failed. However, in the upper dimension, it was the opposite. Their foundation was weak, and any success in these challenging missions is proof of Red Mask's capabilities. "You did an excellent job this time," Wang Wei said with a smile. "From now on, you're truly Wang Ju's successor." Red Mask's body trembled after hearing these words as she understood the implications. From now on, Wang Wei will trust her more, give her more power, and more importantly, he'll be more forgiven. She doesn't have to constantly worry about losing her job and position. Of course, this doesn't mean she's worry-free and doesn't have to work hard. However, she can now breathe a little. "Thank you for believing in me," Red Mask bowed. "You've earned it," Wang Wei nodded. "Anything else to report?" "Two things," Red Mask continued. "When I controlled the palace, I noticed a group of people with Xiao Tiandi. They had just captured a few of the Blood Dragon's descendants. They tried to leave with an errand-breaking formation, but I've activated all the palace's formations and captured them." "This must be Sun Junyo's group," Wang Wei muttered. "Sir, what do you want me to do with them?" "Send their leader a message to set up a meeting, then let them go," Wang Wei said. "As you wish." "What's the second thing you wanted to report?" "I've discovered a secret area of the Dragon Palace," Red Mask continued. "According to my analysis, it should be where Blood Dragon kept most of the information from his spy agency. However, that area has an independent array system and central hub, so we might need to use force to enter." "Not necessarily," Wang Wei replied. "Ask Sun Junyao for a few blood essences from the Blood Dragon. Then, use his bloodline to open these formations." "Very well," Red Mask nodded. "We are about to expand," Wang Wei continued. "Are you prepared?" "I am, sir," Red Mask responded. As soon as she knew the content of her mission, she understood the number of resources they were about to acquire, so she had already planned how to utilize them properly and expand the Fate Shadow Guards. "Good," Wang Wei nodded, very pleased. Red Mask was not only good at her job, she can also anticipate his next moves and prepare in advance. That only means that, slowly and steadily, she's approaching Wang Ju's level. After dismissing the communication, Wang Wei sent a message to everyone else to gather at the central hall once their missions were done before heading into the treasury. Wang Wei immediately salivated. The first thing he noticed was the number of resources below Tier 10. There were so many that even if he combined the resources from the lower dimension, it would only be a fraction of the ones in this treasury. That's truly absurd if you think about how many resources there are for Tier 9 and below across all 3,800 world communities. Wang Wei continued deep into this treasury, and he felt a sense of overwhelming greed seething in his mind. He had to pause, take a moment, and calm his rampaging mind. He understood that if he allowed this greed to influence him, he would take all these resources without sharing them with his men, leading to numerous problems. Although he could suppress his problems with his overwhelming strength, such an act would ruin his reputation among his men and, more importantly, destroy his plans to turn these people into his true followers. He would not do such a short-sighted thing. "I cannot use all these resources even if I wanted to. And as the leader, I control it and can use the most precious one, so why ruin my future for a temporary sense of satisfaction?" Wang Wei thought as he exhaled. "Plus, if this small amount of wealth is enough to influence my mind, then I would be disappointed in myself." Wang Wei opened his mind, and he was back to his original self. However, he frowned. "It seems my mind is not as perfect as I thought," he muttered. Wang Wei always knew he was greedy, his capitalist tendency to pursue the maximum profit in any situation has become a core aspect of his personality. However, he thought he had absolute control over his greed, but today's events prove him otherwise. "It's time for me to cultivate my mind and temper my Tao heart," Wang Wei muttered. "Maybe even update my ever-changing Tao heart. If I can experience the life of a man who controls all the wealth in the world and can give up that wealth, my mind should sublimate to another level." Wang Wei has been tempering his mind and Tao heart the natural way through a long life and experiencing things. However, this approach seemed insufficient, and he needed to take some steps. Wang Wei sighed, "I have so much to do, but something tells me I don't have much time." He continued observing the things in the treasury, and as expected, there were so many rare things. Wang Wei knew he would not have to worry about resources for a long time. He also has some expectations for the other parasite's treasury. After 30 minutes, Wang Wei left the treasury with a few things. The first was all the resources he needed to cultivate his body, soul, and willpower. During most of Wang Wei's cultivation journey, he never needed to worry about his soul and willpower. However, his body and Tao were about to catch up to those two things, meaning it was about time he emphasized cultivating them. He could wait until his body and Tao catch up to achieve perfect unity, but that approach would only delay him. Since he was confident in raising his other aspects to the peak, it's best to raise his soul and willpower to the limit and wait for them to catch up and achieve unity of the essence, spirit, and qi. The second thing that Wang Wei took from the treasury was all the Tier 11 longevity resources. He kept the Eternal Life Wood and the Second Life Pill, granting an additional 2 extra lives. With the one he had remaining, that's a total of 3. However, Wang Wei was not too excited about this since he had a feeling that these things might become useless after entering the taboo realm. These longevity resources might treat him as a paragon and become useless after achieving taboo strength. The good news is there were enough longevity resources to reward 3 of his most capable men, Monk, Dulgun, and Jiaping. As for the flame blacksmith, Wang Wei will reward him with an innate purple flame, a heavenly flame born between heaven and earth, but the rank is Tier 12. As long as the flame blacksmith succeeds in refining this flame, his soul will enter paragon quantity, and his soul power will reach that level in quantity. Then, the blacksmith will become a talent capable of refining paragon tier artifacts while being an Empyrean. Such achievement will enhance his luck, allowing him to achieve white luck or come close to it. Of course, refining such a powerful flame is a risk. Under normal circumstances, Wang Wei would never have allowed such a thing. However, the flame blacksmith has the talent to succeed, and more importantly, Wang Wei now has enough resources to ensure his survival in case something occurs. "I can't believe I found the path refining stone," Wang Wei thought with a smile. This thing could be said to be valuable, while at the same time, not so much. This thing had little effect on most cultivators who only pursue strength in eternal life. However, for someone like Wang Wei, who has a pursuit besides the basic one, this stone is valuable beyond words. That's because it allows him to experience the life of people on a similar path but with a different approach. For example, Wang Wei wants absolute freedom, but there are different ways to approach this goal. He chose the way of control. His way of achieving freedom is by controlling everything and even having the power to take others' freedom. However, someone else might have a different approach. They might want to detach themselves from the rules and just break free from their restraints without being a controlled freak like Wang Wei. With the stone, Wang Wei can experience the lives of these people on the same path as him, learn from them, and temper his mind, Tao heart, and his path to freedom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1290 Devouring Cauldron, unedited chapter. Wang Wei returned to the throne room to wait for the others. As he sat there in boredom, looking at the luxurious room, he secretly complained that the people of this world loved thrones too much, forgetting he was the same. The concept of a great emperor, one being who stands above all other gods, demons, immortals, and Buddha and has transcended life and death, has been ingrained in the fabric of this world. Their existence has influenced all aspects of life, including culture and architecture. That's why kings or rulers of dynasties, kingdoms, and empires cannot call themselves emperors unless they've proved the Tao. That's why most cultivators tier 10 and above, even if not an emperor, will build a throne room in their residence. I wonder what her throne room is like, Wang Wei thought, thinking that his future wife's throne might be even more extravagant than this one. While Wang Wei was distracted, his people began to return, starting with the people whose mission was to divert the enemy's focus. Once everybody was here, Wang Wei finally regained his focus. He first glanced at Monk and the Flame Blacksmiths group since they brought a group of people, many with resolute looks on their faces. However, his attention was soon focused on the second prince, Jia Ping. The other was tasked with taking over Blood Dragon's cultivation room, so why did he bring a captured prisoner? Who is this? Wang Wei asked, looking at the handsome, everlasting Empyrean with a devilish aura that would probably make many women lose their minds over him. Lord, he's a heavenly devil that cultivated Devouring Tao. As soon as he said these words, everyone focused on the handsome young man. They knew what these words represented. Devour/swallowing Tao is a potent but innately evil Tao. This world does not differentiate much between evil and righteous cultivators. After all, even the weakest great emperors have such a high karma resistance that it's pointless to care how many people they killed. As long as devil cultivators stay away from these top lineages, they can do whatever they please. The world is too vast, and there are plenty of places for them to do whatever they please. Due to this mindset, most cultivators will not care if someone cultivates Devour Tao. It's the opposite. Most people will recruit them since it is an outlaw Tao unless you're lucky enough to have cultivated it in certain worlds in the lower dimension. Of course, there is an exception to this world, when the devouring cultivator walks the path of the heavenly devil. Since ancient times, devouring cultivators have held most of the records for the fastest cultivation, and that statement holds throughout the Chaos universe. But why is that? After swallowing them, could they acquire a person's percentage of the Grand Tao source? No. Grand Tao would not leave such a loophole for them to exploit. Devouring cultivators don't have this ability until they've reached the peak of their Tao, and even then, there are some restrictions. Devouring cultivators can turn what they swallowed into the purest Tao rhymes, which can accelerate cultivation speed. These pure Tao rhymes may not be as good as merit, but they are better than most pills, and there are plenty of them as long as the heavenly devil continues to swallow emperors, empyreans, and even paragons. Could it be? Wang Wei asked. Yes, Jia Ping nodded. Blood Dragon kept him in captivity so he would refine Tao rhymes for him. This guy is truly useless, Wang Wei thought. With all these resources and advantages, the Blood Dragon's cultivation was still only 93% Grand Tao source. More importantly, he knows how to play with fire. Wang Wei only took a glance at this little devil to figure out the latter was slowly planning to swallow the Blood Dragon, and honestly, given how stupid the dragon was, Wang Wei believed the little devil might have succeeded. After all, his cultivation was the peak of the Empyrean realm. With how suspicious Blood Dragon was, it was a remarkable feat for him to convince him to reach such a level, probably with the promise of making more precious Tao rhymes with higher cultivation. Sir, what do we do with him? Asked the Curse Master. This little devil was a fantastic resource, and as long as he gets a small amount, his cultivation can increase. Give him to me, Wang Wei said. The devil flew into his hands, and as their eyes met, the heavenly devil's body trembled out of fear. He knew this man was not the idiot that was the Blood Dragon and might be able to control him truly. Your instinct is correct, Wang Wei said as if he could read his mind. Wang Wei pointed his hands on his forehead, and the little devil started to fight back. Sadly, the seal put on him by the Blood Dragon was still active. Additionally, Jia Ping was careful and added his means of restraint. Wang Wei's power entered the devil's sea of consciousness and sealed all his memories, thoughts, and emotions, leaving him in a cold and indifferent state, similar to a machine. Then, under Wang Wei's control and the shock of everyone in the room, the devil turned into a cauldron. For the last touch, Wang Wei changed his fate, giving him the duty of only producing Tao rhymes. Unless someone intervened and altered it, this would be his fate for the rest of his life. Wang Wei looked at the latter's emotions and memories and decided to keep it for now. In the future, he might allow the latter to enter the Paragon realm so that he could create better Tao rhymes. As for the cruelty of Wang Wei's actions, no one said or cared about it. On the contrary, they think Wang Wei's approach was brilliant. The cultivation world was cruel, and themes like survival of the fittest and cannibalism are mainstream. Additionally, the devil was not some innocent person. The fact he chose the path of the heavenly devil meant he was prepared to start a storm throughout the world by going on a killing/swallowing spree. We may need an array to boost his production speed, Wang Wei said to everyone else. Additionally, we need bodies to refine Tao rhymes. He paused briefly. This is what we'll do. You guys can hunt devil cultivators and attack the bases/allies of the parasites to gather materials. 60% of the Tao rhymes belong to me, and the rest is for you. The others did not mind the fact Wang Wei had the largest share. Things have always been this. The boss gets most of the resources, and others share the soup. The fact he was willing to give 40% was quite generous. Wang Wei looked at Wang Qi. Organize a group to look for tombs or places of mass sealing. Emperor's tombs are not actual places to bury the dead, but places to ensure an emperor can revive themselves without interference from their enemies. Not everyone has enough resources to provide a rapid revival, so most emperors will create isolated tombs to ensure their return. As for the seal places, many factions will seal themselves when encountering a catastrophe. As long as they wake up countless Yuan epochs later, the catastrophe might have passed, or their enemies might be dead or long forgotten about them. Wang Wei's target was those places since they usually had countless emperors and Tao ancestors. As long as we can capture these bodies before their consciousness awakens, they can be fed into this devouring cauldron to make Tao rhymes. They'll get it done, Wang Qi replied. He immediately sent a message to the Changing Fate Hall to create a new mission about finding tombs and sealed places. Wang Wei nodded in approval with his swift action. His focus then finally shifted to monk. These are the professions you wanted, but we refuse to serve anyone else, said a middle-aged man dressed in a red robe with cloud patterns. He had a severe expression, and his body emitted a faint aroma of herbs like most alchemists. You are? Wang Wei asked. Empyrean Cloud Flame, the middle-aged man responded. And as I said, we refuse to work for anyone else, even if it means our death. Wang Wei calmly looked at this man and the others. They were not joking. All these professions have already planted a command in their soul. As long as someone remotely gets close, it will detonate, killing them instantly. They are determined, Wang Wei thought. He knew that force was out of the question since he was not skilled enough in Soul Dao to prevent these people from killing themselves. Any of you can do anything about this situation? Wang Wei asked his men, but no one had a solution. Our barbarian race is an expert in ceremonial magic, Dulgun said. So, if you give me time and can trick them into the location, I might be able to stop them from killing themselves. How much time are we talking about? Wang Wei asked. Too much. Dulgun did not say a number since she knew it was too much. She only brought it up to raise her value in the eyes of the boss, not to provide an actual solution. I guess I'll have to sweet-talk them, Wang Wei thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1291 Kong's Contribution. I understand how you feel, Wang Wei said as he looked at this group. He raised his hands to stop them after noticing they were about to explode due to his words. Although I haven't lived a similar experience, I can understand, Wang Wei continued. You spent your entire life studying a profession, and after years of hard work and success, your status is noble and respected. No matter the place or time, alchemists or other professions are respected, and that's because the ratio of cultivators to professions is too low. The world is vast and there are plenty of resources. However, no matter how many professionals there are, it will never be enough for the entire world. Even top lineages who can cultivate their own profession often feel they do not have enough. However, Wang Wei continued, just as you were about to reap the fruit of your labor, these parasites came into power. They took away your pride, status, and more importantly, your dignity. They turned you into, well, to put it directly, into slaves. They controlled your lives, showed you no respect, did not pay you, and more importantly, cut off your path of progress. Am I right? The room was quiet. He was correct. That's how these people felt. That's why they would rather die than submit to someone else again. Empyrean Cloud Flame took a deep breath to calm down. What's the point of saying this? Are you trying to put salt in our wounds? Of course not, Wang Wei replied with a gentle smile. I'm telling you this to show you I understand how you feel and that I'm different from Blood Dragon. Our working relationship will be more of a cooperation. You'll work for me, but you'll also be compensated. It'll give you the dignity and respect you deserve. More importantly, you'll have your freedom, and I won't care where you live as long as the things I want are delivered in time. Wang Wei had a sincere smile, but Red Cloud would not buy it, so he said, that sounds too good to be true. What's the downside? Where is the trick? He looked Wang Wei in the eyes. Might as well be direct and truthful because we have nothing else to lose. We have already considered ourselves dead. You're being a little overdramatic, Wang Wei said calmly. As for the downside, all I ask is you make my orders a priority. In other words, you want us to work exclusively for you, Could Flame sneered. Now, you're twisting my words, Wang Wei said. I said to prioritize my orders, not that you only take orders from me. Plus, I'm not asking you to work for me for the rest of your life. Our contract can have an expiring length, and after that date, based on our previous experience, you guys can decide whether to sign again. These professionals took a moment to consider. They have to admit that if Wang Wei was telling the truth, he did give them enough freedom and return power and dignity to them. And what if we refuse to work with you? Cloud Flame asked. His words brought everyone's attention to Wang Wei again. Simultaneously, these professionals were glad they chose him as a representative since he could ask the hard questions. Nothing will happen. You can live if you don't want to work with me, Wang Wei replied calmly. You expect me to believe that? Red Cloud sneered. What do you want me to say? Kill you? I don't need to do that since others will do it for me. What do you mean by that? Wang Wei looked at them calmly. All of you are in this predicament because you were talented, but your background was weak. These parasites would not dare capture the professionals from these top lineages. They would instead secretly and openly assassinate them but not dare use them. After leaving this place, what do you think will happen to you guys, talented professionals who have no potent background to protect you? You'll either die at the hands of the remnants of Blood Dragon, the other parasites will try to capture you again, or some other faction will once again lust after your talent. And you know they will not be as friendly to talk as me. Some of them will not care about whether you wish to die or not. To them, your death means their enemy will not become powerful, and their foundation will not deepen. The faces of these professionals turned ugly. They knew there were some truths behind Wang Wei's words. Many of them once belonged to another of the moons but were acquired by Blood Dragon through competition, gambling, and even direct kidnapping. They were treated as commodities, as a game to weaken the forces of the other moons. They were stuck in the Alchemy Hall not only because the Blood Dragon wished to control their lives but also to protect them from the others. Cloud Flame wanted to tell Wang Wei to stop using fear-mongering tactics, but did not do so. His purpose as the elected representative of the group was to protect their interest, and knowing the truth they will face once they gain their freedom is in their best interest. This is Wang Qi, one of my most trusted subordinates, Wang Wei said. He has all the power to represent me. You can negotiate with him the nitty-gritty of the working contract. If you disagree with the final result, they'll give you some starting funds so you can leave and start your life in the outside elsewhere. For those who leave, my doors will forever be open if you choose to return. Come with me, Wang Qi said to the group, leading them to another room for the negotiation. As he was leaving, Wang Wei sent him a message through divine sense. Use the factum the Destined One and their hatred for the parasites to get more advantage in the negotiation. However, you can be more lenient regarding the length of the contract. Wang Wei knew what these people valued more than anything currently was their freedom, so he did not mind a short contract. As long as they sign, he can treat them better so they can sign again and eventually turn them into his men when he returns to the Dao opening sect. Why are you here? Wang Wei asked, looking at Red Mask. She should have been organizing Blood Dragon's information and spy agency. There's a space dragon in charge of the spy network, and he was causing chaos when we opened the vault. Did he destroy the information? Wang Wei asked with a frown. I've acted swiftly, so he did not destroy anything valuable, Red Mask responded. However, their headquarters is a mess. Will take time to organize everything. Wang Wei looked in the distance and saw through their headquarters. The space dragon liked to keep the information on paper instead of recording jades or other storage means. To ensure nothing happened to these documents, the space dragon made these papers from his scale, making them extremely hard to destroy. The headquarters was now full of paper everywhere, and the Fate Shadow Guards were organizing it. Another waste of resources, Wang Wei thought. How valuable was dragon scale, and how easy was it to acquire? The dragon race has long known how valuable their scales were, so they've developed methods of shedding and using them for various reasons, including exchanging resources with other races. Although many dragons think such an act is beneath them, many others don't care so much, especially in desperate times. You should not have come here just because of the chaos, Wang Wei said. No, my lord, we found something important, and I wanted to report it immediately, Red Mask responded before showing Wang Wei a blueprint. A pillar? Wang Wei first thought before looking at it closely. So, that's why the world is not full of resentments. These parasites have built these pillars in their territories that can transform the resentment between heaven and earth. But, since when were they so capable? Wang Wei finished reading this blueprint and realized something. The core of this blueprint is transformation. The transformation of resentment into something beneficial to heaven and earth. Such brilliant methods would require a deep mastery of transformation Dao. This is Emperor Kong's work. As astute as always, my lord, Red Mask praised. According to the information gathered, Emperor Kong offered this method to the parasites. He probably used this to convince them to reopen the academies under his leadership. Heroes truly rise during adverse times, Wang Wei sighed. Is Emperor Kong a hero? It depends on what perspective his actions are observed. The resentments of all sentient beings should have slowly eroded the chi luck of all these parasites, and by washing them away, Emperor Kong essentially prolonged the reign of the parasites. However, such large-scale resentment is not good for the eternal ascension world. If it were not dealt with, there would be more cultivators with heart demon, and people would be more impulsive, resulting in countless more killings worldwide. So, Emperor Kong's actions could be said to have saved trillions of lives. I remember I had a meeting with Emperor Kong, Wang Wei thought. After everything that has happened, it's very likely for the latter to cancel it, so he decided to send another invite. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1292 Aftermath, unedited chapter. Anything else to report? Wang Wei asked. Nothing for now, Red Mask replied. All right, Wang Wei nodded before looking at Monk. What's the current situation of the profession hall? There were not as many resources as expected, Monk replied. It seems Blood Dragon controlled these people strictly. However, I discovered countless heavenly flames available for them to use. Additionally, Blood Dragon once refined a paragon soul into a formation to provide enough soul power for their work. No wonder these people were determined, Wang Wei commented. He could predict the working situations of these professionals. Blood Dragon forced them to work for countless Yuan epochs without rest, using the soul formation to replenish their soul power and spirit instead of taking a break. I'm surprised these people did not break sooner, Wang Wei commented. There is a reason for that. Oh, have you heard of the Dao Path Tablet? Wang Wei took a moment to remember. You mean the luck condensing artifact from the Skill Dao Association? The one that contains the explanation of all professional Daos from 0% to 100%? That's correct, Monk nodded. These parasites took it for themselves and have agreed to share it on a time basis. These professionals endured for so long just for an opportunity to use that thing. Tell me it was our turn, and this thing is in our possessions, Wang Wei quickly asked. Unfortunately, no, Monk broke his dreams. Blood Dragon went through a lot of effort to make a copy, but it only goes until 89% or the peak of Empyrean. What a shame, Wang Wei sighed. Boss, even if the real thing was here, would you dare take it? Yes. You should know what Skill Dao Association will do to retrieve this item once their ancestors return. Why wouldn't I take it? I'm not the one who stole it in the first place, Wang Wei replied. Of course, it's another question of whether to keep it. Such an item is enough to start a Dao war between two overlords. I figure you would say that, Monk chuckled. We must get our hands on that thing, Dulgun said with a severe face. Of course, Monk nodded. Blood Dragon might not be able to copy it fully, but the Barbarian clan and the Dao opening sect should have no issue. This was a supreme artifact used to cultivate professionals. Although many top lineages have their methods of cultivating professionals, they are not as good as the Skill Dao Association or the Origin Seal Continent. However, the latter is not so good at training professionals as they are excellent at teaching runes, which is the foundation of these professions. If the Barbarian race and the Dao opening sect can get their hands on that artifact and copy it, their lineage's overall foundation will drastically improve. This is indeed a once-in-lifetime opportunity, Wang Wei thought. Under normal circumstances, the Skill Dao Association would never allow such an artifact to leave their sight. Truth be told, Wang Wei did not believe the parasites could force the association to hand over such an artifact. They would rather fight and perish with those bastards than hand it over. The only way they could have succeeded is if the two sons intervened, or one of the parasites, probably Time Eater, used the name of the two sons to force the association to hand over the artifact. Do you know whose turn it is? Wang Wei asked. The Earth Emperor, Monk replied. That's what the professionals told him. Should he be my next target? Wang Wei thought. However, he soon gave up that idea. His next target must be chosen after years of gathering information, analysis, and maybe even waiting for an opportunity. Put a little more emphasis on the Great Chu Divine Dynasty, Wang Wei ordered Red Mask. The current situation should have everyone on edge, so law low and be less aggressive until their nerves are no longer tense. I understand. Anything else? Wang Wei asked Monk, but he shook his head. So, he focused on his wife. What's the situation of the spiritual herb garden? I've never seen an entire garden made of primordial chaos soil, Dulgun sighed. However, despite her words, Wang Wei was not surprised. He knew these parasites had amassed too many resources, most of which were wasted. So, he was not surprised Blood Dragon had access to the rare primordial chaos soil, capable of growing anything. That is good news, Wang Wei nodded. Emperor tier and above spiritual herbs have different requirements for soil, nourishment, environment, and even growing time. As such, raising these magical herbs usually takes time and a great deal of expertise. However, primordial chaos soil removed most of these hassles. It can grow 99% of herbs without worrying about the environment. It can draw nutrients directly from the source chi space or the Grand Dao source to nourish the herbs, and lastly, it can significantly accelerate the maturing time. Yes, Dulgun. Additionally, the garden has also birthed its own plant spirit, which also greatly enhanced the maturing time of the herbs. So, it's a top spiritual garden, Wang Wei said. Does it have its own time acceleration formation? It does, Dulgun nodded. Better yet, it also has a good fortune array and a supreme wood array to aid it. Is the garden naturally made? For a moment, Wang Wei thought the thing might have been some kind of supreme chaos artifact. No, artificially, Dulgun replied. She also had the same idea as Wang Wei and checked, but she realized the thing was the result of Blood Dragon's hard work and effort. I see, Wang Wei nodded. Anything else? The Blood Dragon planted a lot of bloodface flower, Dulgun reported. Wang Wei frowned. Bloodface flower was something used by innate creatures and demons to accelerate their bloodline development. However, this thing should have been useless to the blood dragon since his bloodline had matured by the time he had proven the Tao. So, unless he had acquired a unique bloodline on par with fiend gods or a supreme chaos bloodline, it would have been useless for him to use this flower. However, Wang Wei remembered one of the minor effects of this bloodface flower: increased physical strength. As long as someone has a decent enough bloodline, they can continue to take this flower and improve the strength of their physical bodies. So, this bastard was afraid of the pain of true body refining, so he decided to take the easy way out, Wang Wei commented. It's possible for someone to have the physical strength of an Empyrean or a Paragon without being a part of the true power Tao realm. Most likely, Dulgun nodded. Well, it doesn't matter now, Wang Wei said. The bloodface flower was perfect for his human fiend god bloodline. Once this mess is finished and he retreats, he has more confidence to cultivate his body to a higher level with the fastest speed possible. I think that's it for now, Wang Wei announced. The aftermath of today's operation was far from over. After all, Blood Dragon controlled millions of worlds, and the resources available to him have not been counted and categorized yet. However, this kind of work is for Wang Qi and his managerial team. All of you have done a great job in this operation, and you'll be rewarded, Wang Wei continued. However, you have to wait for a few days until Wang Qi categorizes everything. In the meantime, you can try to convert Blood Dragon's people into our own. The ones who agree can be integrated, but you can feed the rest to the Devouring Cauldron. Wang Wei paused briefly after saying this. Everyone is dismissed except for Monk, Dulgun, Jiaping, and Flame Blacksmith. These words should have ended this meeting, but Puppet Demon, who was gritting his teeth in the corner, suddenly spoke up. Sir, I have something I want to report. Oh, I'm listening, Wang Wei said. With enough resources, I can build a puppet army on par with the army we saw in the illusion, Puppet Demon announced. They will be fully armored, powerful, have no feelings, and can be extremely useful after teaching them a powerful enough array. More importantly, they will take less time to be built. That's a bold statement, Wang Wei said with squinting eyes. I've thought of a new method, sir, Puppet Demon. With enough professionals at my side, we can build the puppets with a standard size. Then, we'll create different parts before assembling them. With this method, our efficiency will increase exponentially. Did he just create the cultivation version of the assembly line? Wang Wei thought, looking at the Puppet Demon strangely. When did this guy get so smart? Wang Wei looked at him and realized what had happened. This guy felt the pressure. He realized Wang Wei mostly valued Monk and the others, while the others were just pawned. Feeling the pressure, the Puppet Demon thought of this way to make himself valuable and enter the inner circle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1293 Puppet Method, and I apologize in advance. This chapter was supposed to be short and brief about the puppet method, but I just went on a tangent and could not stop writing. Things should speed up from now on. Come with me, Wang Wei said to the Puppet Demon, an act which made the former demonic leader excited. Meanwhile, the other looked at him with envy. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of urgency. Their boss did not hide his high regard for Monk and a few group members. However, after today, they realized that there was an inner group among their team, and the requirement to enter was to be valuable. Zhoubo, the former leader of the Grand Mist Gang, clenched his hands as he watched the Puppet Demon walk away to another room with the leader and the others. His eyes shifted to the corner to glance at the Bloodline Gang leader, and the killing intent in his eyes almost leaked. If I can pass that tribulation and become an everlasting Empyrean, I'll not only be able to kill that bastard, but I'll also be like the Puppet Demon. A resolute look flashed in his eyes. Zhoubo was not the only one thinking about how to enter the inner circle. After what the Puppet Demon did, everyone had the same thought, the same ambition. Wang Wei sensed the changes in these people's moods with his divine sense. He seldom does anything randomly, so his actions of leaving Monk and his group behind were done purposely to motivate these people. He needed to establish a hierarchy and force these people to compete for better resources and his approval. Such a tactic was Management 101, and he used it brilliantly. The puppet demon's action was unexpected, but it helped his actions. After all, these people saw how the puppet demon made an outstanding achievement and was invited into the inner circle. What better way to light a fire under these people than seeing someone who was once on the same level as them rise to the top and acquire privileges they could only dream of? Wang Wei found a quiet room, and everybody sat opposite each other. He did not serve tea or anything like this and went directly to the business. "Tell me more about your idea." The puppet demon exhaled. He came up with his idea on the spot, and he took significant risks by presenting it to Wang Wei. However, he was now a fired arrow, and there was no turning back. During the short walk from the throne room, he refined his idea but did not think it was enough. "Fuck it. Let's just wing it," Puppet Demon said before using the energy between heaven and earth to draw a diagram. "It's like this." He explained his thoughts while designing this new kind of puppet. Luckily for him, the flame blacksmith was interested in his idea, and he had some accomplishments in puppetry, so they discussed and refined this idea. The puppet demon's idea was the cultivation world's version of an assembly line. He divided the puppets into 5 parts: head, torso, upper limbs, lower limbs, and core. All the parts will have a standard of refinements, allowing them to be assembled to create the finished product. This method drastically reduced the refining process since the puppet master does not need to refine the entire thing, just a part. The puppet demon's idea was great but also encountered a few problems. 2 primary ways for professionals to refine their products were direct baptism or rune resonance. Direct baptism requires the professional to deeply understand whatever Tao they will infuse in their creation. For example, if a refiner had to refine a fire sword and had a deep enough comprehension of Fire Grand Tao Source, they could directly nourish the refined artifact with Fire Grand Tao Source. Rune resonance, the more universal approach, allowed professionals to use Daos with whom they have no understanding or relationship. However, the study of runes is no less complex than directly comprehending a Grand Tao source. The puppet demon's method cannot use direct baptism to make the puppets, as that would require utilizing professionals who have comprehended the same Tao. However, there were also problems with using rune resonance. Soul power/spiritual power is used to engrave runes. However, refining is deeply personal, meaning every professional is different, making their soul power different. They have different compositions, strengths, weaknesses, frequencies, and even ideals and goals that will affect the nature of a person's soul power. Due to the difference in soul power, the inscribed runes on the puppet parts will also differ, resulting in their incompatibility and conflict. This made putting them together in the final stages impossible. However, Flame Blacksmith easily solved this problem, suggesting using arrays to purify the refiner's soul power and ensure they had the same soul frequency. This problem was solved without an issue, but another arose, and it was in the same area of compatibility. Refiners have different skills regarding rune engravement. If the rune in the puppet's arm is way better than the one in its arm, the final fusion will also fall apart. Wang Wei did not waste time and pointed out the crux of this idea: standardization. Everything must be of the same standard: the puppet's body parts, the soul power used to engrave the runes, and the skill of the refiner. Only with this approach will they achieve their objectives of manufacturing these puppets at a record speed. Flame Blacksmith frowned after seeing the final result. This method can indeed drastically increase the speed of manufacturing puppets, but their strength will be average. The standards they've created cannot be too high, and most puppet masters or refiners will not meet the standards. Additionally, most refiners are prideful and would disdain doing such soulless work. Wang Wei heard his words but did not immediately comment. "What do you guys think?" "I think speed is the key to this idea," Monk commented. Sacrificing power for speed and a large quantity. He realized the value of such a method, especially for top lineages with many professionals. This was a method to increase the war prowess of any faction. As for the blacksmith's comment about professional pride and soulless work, Monk and the others do not care. They understood that professionals value wealth as much as everyone else, so most will do this kind of work as long as they are paid sufficiently. The question is, how much should we invest in this new method? Jia Ping added, "From what I understand, we have just acquired a bunch of talented puppet masters. One puppet they make might be worth hundreds, maybe 1,000 of these fastly produced puppets, albeit it takes much longer to make. So, should we focus on making elite or ordinary puppets?" "That is a fair point," Monk nodded. Although he supported this idea and cannot wait to integrate it into the Barbarian clan's foundation, that's something for the future. In the current situation, the cost-effectiveness of this method is worth discussing. After hearing this, the puppet demon was instantly worried. The value of his idea will determine his future in this group, meaning it would be a significant blow to his future if the leader decided this idea was not currently applicable. "The answer to our problem is right in our face," Wang Wei finally spoke. "The puppets are ordinary, meaning the skill requirements to create them are also ordinary. We can take ordinary emperors or empyreans with above-average souls and refining talents and teach them this method. They only need to remember how to refine less than a dozen ores and memorize a few hundred runes before they can make these puppets." Most of the people in the room were smart, so they understood the implications behind these words. "Better yet," Dolgun added, "we can hire the refiners with low aptitude. Many professionals in the world can only refine a few products, which takes too long, and their success rate is abysmal. They have the foundation and will only need minimal training," Dolgun continued. "Exactly," Wang Wei nodded. In the past, these lesser professionals could still make a livelihood through the Skill Dao Association, but now. The flame blacksmith shook his head. "That only means hiring them at a lower price will be easier," Jia Ping added. Everyone agreed. "I have a question," Wang Wei continued, looking at the puppet demon and the flame blacksmith. "The final assembly of the puppet parts requires an emperor, correct?" "If you're making a tier 10 puppet, yes," blacksmith replied. "Is it possible for someone in tier 9 and lower to do it? I mean, with training and assistance from arrays and so?" The non-professional's eyes lit up. The cost of these puppets would further decrease if that were possible. "It's possible," the flame blacksmith responded. "The last assembly does not require much skill, so depending on the cultivation systems, a quasi-emperor should be able to handle it after the necessary training and assistance from arrays." "That's good news," Wang Wei said with a smile. He then looked at the puppet demon. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1294 Recycle. Wang Wei was puzzled how someone like the puppet demon was capable of such an idea. It's apparent from his performance that he suddenly thought of this, meaning such a level of ability was beyond his norms. It's perfectly possible for him to suddenly have an excellent idea, Wang Wei thought. My suspicion is mainly because his idea involves puppets. I've been planning for so long to train Kai Song into the ultimate war machine, and this puppet demon suddenly had an idea that could eventually help in that cause? It was too suspicious. So suspicious that Wang Wei suddenly believes that his future self might have implanted this idea into the puppet demon's head to lay down a foundation for Kai Song's eventual rise. Wang Wei sighed. Ultimately, it did not matter. The puppet demon's value had drastically increased, and one day, he might become Kai Song's right-hand man. "You did a great job," Wang Wei praised. "Thank you, Lord, and I couldn't have done it without Blacksmith. I just helped a little." The blacksmith had his pride, so he would not take or share credit for something like that. "You'll be in charge of this operation," Wang Wei said, cutting them off. "You'll have all the necessary resources, but you shouldn't neglect your training. It'll reward you with a few tier 12 ores for you to make your puppet core." The puppet demon's eyes lit up. Building a tier 12 core? Well, his skills were not enough for something like this. However, he could build the best tier 11 core, and as long as he enters the next rank, his core will also evolve. "Thank you for the reward, Lord." Wang Wei nodded. All of you have contributed greatly to this operation, so I'll also reward you. He gave them the longevity resources, along with the heavenly flame. Everyone thanked him. After all, who wouldn't want an extra life? However, the flame blacksmith had a hesitant look. Is something wrong? Wang Wei asked. I don't think I deserve such a high reward, flame blacksmith. Those were his genuine thoughts. He did not help much with the defensive arrays outside or the other arrays after they entered. It was Monk who killed everyone in their path and subdued all the resistances in the professional halls. As such, Flame Blacksmith felt he did not do anything to deserve such a reward. Just your help with Puppet Demon's idea is worth the reward, Wang Wei said. Plus, I have a mission for you. If you feel you haven't earned this reward, use this opportunity to compensate for it. Oh, you'll be in charge of these professionals, Wang Wei ordered. I need you to monitor their state while also creating an environment for them to feel a sense of belonging to our cause. Can you do it? I'll do my best, Flame Blacksmith nodded. That's all I ask for, Wang Wei nodded before summoning the sealed Shadow Clan, showing it to everyone. What an absolute waste of resources, Monk said. He figured out the same thing as Wang Wei, knowing the circumstances of giving birth to a heavenly paragon. This should be a crime, Dolgun added. Jia Ping had a pained look on his face. Even at their prime, his dynasty might not have the resources to do something so atrocious. The puppet demon was confused but kept calm as if he knew what was happening. Meanwhile, the flame blacksmith shook his head and said, I thought heavenly pills were already the most wasteful things in the world, but this is another level. The alchemists of the Eternal Ascension world have explored using heaven wills to make pills. The most famous was the Pure Source pill, which can allow a great emperor to instantly increase their cultivation by 20% without any side effects. Although this pill is only helpful for people with cultivation below 50%, it is indeed precious. However, this pill requires a minimum of 10,000 heaven wills and an Empyrean alchemist. No sect or faction is willing to waste the potential birth of 10,000 great emperors to help one great emperor drastically increase their cultivation, so this pill rarely happens. As for its counterparts for Empyreans and Paragons, the former exists, but the latter is only a rumor. I had the same reaction, Wang Wei sighed before focusing on Dolgun. Is there a way you could recycle some of heaven wills from the truth? Wang Wei had a few methods he could try, but based on his calculations, the final result would be abysmal. He could probably only recuperate less than 100 heaven wills. He was unsatisfied with this number. Our clan has a ceremony that can reverse cause and effect, Dolgun replied after mulling it over briefly. The ceremony should be able to recycle 10% of the heaven will used. Wang Wei pondered. This number looked small but exponentially higher than his measly 100. But of course, Wang Wei wanted more. Could it be higher? If I can study more about heaven wills and Dao trees, and with the help of your Dao, we might be able to raise the percentage by another 15 to 20%, Dolgun analyzed. However, she glanced at her husband but did not finish her line of thought. Wang Wei understood her meaning. She would need a significant amount of knowledge on these topics if this plan were to succeed. However, this couple was in a similar situation to his. They were in exile to protect themselves from the parasites, and now that they've joined Wang Wei, they also wanted to distance themselves from their clan to give them plausible deniability in case everything went sideways. The couple would need to contact their clan to acquire the knowledge required for this plan, and doing so is dangerous since they might leave clues. Not to mention that the world was now in a sensitive situation after Blood Dragon's death. They must be careful before deciding whether to contact their clans. I understand your worry, but don't worry. I have a way to get the knowledge you need, Wang Wei reassured. However, his words only made Dolgun frown. Lord, you should understand that Blood Dragon is new rich. Even if he had studied heaven's wills, his accumulation is nothing compared to our lineages. Unless you're thinking of contacting your sect. Monk frowned. This task might become complicated if the boss had to risk contacting his sect while he and his wife evaded the responsibility and did not do the same. I'm not talking about the Dao opening sect, Wang Wei replied. However, his words were not reassuring. Then from where? Dolgun asked. I'm not trying to pry, but if the knowledge is subpar, it will be useless. Don't worry, Wang Wei reassured with a smile. This person should have the greatest library in the world. Those are bold words, Dolgun thought. However, she did not believe Wang Wei was the kind of person to brag without any substance to back it up. However, she could not think of someone who can confidently say they have the world's most fantastic library. The myriad temple of records, before it was shut down by these parasites, held copies of all the cultivation systems in the Eternal Ascension world. However, such a library still could not be considered the greatest in the world since it only contains cultivation techniques. Most top lineages will have a much grander library than the temple. Dolgun shook her head. Since she could not think of it, there was no point in overthinking. She had to believe in Wang Wei's words. Then it's settled, Wang Wei said as he handed her the seal. He did not mind their skepticism. However, he was not bragging. His future wife's Tao involved knowledge, so he does not doubt she has the most fabulous library in the world. Just thinking about it made him excited. Well, that's it for now, Wang Wei said to the team. There was nothing else for them, so he dismissed everybody. However, he also warned them not to let this victory get into their heads since they had a long way to go, especially since this victory resulted from someone else's work. He also warned them to use the resources available to increase their strength as much as possible. Wang Wei already predicted that supreme unity is about to move, and a significant storm is about to envelop the world. Their team was powerful but far from enough to ensure everyone's safety in the upcoming chaos. Everybody left, but Monk stayed. Is everything all right? Wang Wei asked. Yes, Monk nodded. I have a technique that I want your opinion on. Monk condensed a talisman that flew into Wang Wei's hands. With a cursory glance, Wang Wei could tell this was a technique to enter the battle taboo realm. He expected this since he noticed Monk was slightly obsessed with Jia Ping's talent classification. Wang Wei read the entire thing. The technique was a prototype and needed to be perfected, but the overall outline and purpose were already created. However, once he finished, his first words were, "Were you trying to kill yourself?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1295 First Meeting Monk was not surprised by these words. He wanted to enter the battle taboo realm, and since that involved achieving Paragon strength, he thought of using his clone ability. He would use countless resources to condense a Paragon tier clone before condensing it into a giant heart to absorb. The idea is sound and foolproof. The giant heart should push Monk's strength to the level of Paragon. However, after creating this technique, he realized his method was wrong. The final result of fusing with that heart will be his death through explosion. His body cannot bear the power/energy of that heart. He would need to open the gate of flesh to bear its power, but doing so would contradict his desire to enter the battle taboo realm. So, what do you think? You're missing the crux of entering the battle realm, Wang Wei said, thinking how to explain his thoughts best. From the Emperor to the Paragon realm, a cultivator will experience 3 extreme life transitions, each more potent than the other. The difference between the second, Empyrean, and third transition, Paragon, is exceptionally vast, and the process of entering the battle taboo realm is an attempt for a second transition life form to have the strength of a third transition life form. The process does not involve absorbing power or energy from the third transition but expanding the container of the second transition life form without experiencing the third transition. Expand the container? Monk muttered. But how to expand it? Simply training the body or the soul won't do much since those have limits. He paused as he suddenly thought of something. It seems you've figured it out, Wang Wei said. Existence. Exactly, Wang Wei nodded. What your technique needs is a way for you to add the giant attribute to your existence, and in the process, expand your container so that you can absorb the giant heart and acquire strength on par with a paragon. I see, Monk nodded. Now that he had a way forward, Monk had some confidence in finishing this technique. As a body refiner, It may appear that he knew nothing about existence, but that was far from the truth. After opening the gate of power, all true Power Dao realm cultivators will have the characteristic indestructible added to their existence. In the process, they also gain some understanding of this thing. With this foundation, Monk now had a direction to work toward. Thank you very much. No problem, Wang Wei nodded. He could see that Monk was excited to explore this new idea, so he dismissed him. However, Wang Wei did not grant him any of his experiences of achieving taboo. It was not because the perfect foundation was too valuable. He could have separated some of the parts pertaining to Monk from that technique to share them with him. Wang Wei was also not jealous or fearful that Monk would grow more powerful than him. He did so only because he wanted to test the barbarian clan's foundation. The only way for Monk to complete this technique is to gain access to some deep and rare knowledge about existence, so he must contact his clan. Based on the result, Wang Wei will have a fairer analysis of this top lineage's ability and judge their values as a future ally. Wang Wei was confident he would achieve half-step transcendent, meaning the Dao opening sect would become a transcendent lineage. Eventually, he will have to judge his allies and enemies based on whether they can keep up with him or will be sidelined or, worse, become useless. Don't become too obsessed with this technique and forget to cultivate, Wang Wei warned the departing monk. The future leader of the barbarian clan had reached the 10th heaven of the adult fiend god realm, but his will-body fusion was only advanced and not perfected. Wang Wei did not want him to neglect his cultivation and be distracted. Monk said from a distance. Time passed, and a week later, Wang Wei met with Wang Qi again. The negotiation with the professionals finally ended, and it was time for Wang Wei to sign the contract. He looked at the results and nodded. The overall conditions met and exceeded his expectations, except for the duration. 8,000 yuan epic, Wang Wei muttered. I knew it would be little, but not so little. I tried my best. But these people were adamant about not being restricted for too long, Wang Qi said. Wang Wei pondered. You said they all wanted a few million years as a vacation before starting to work? Yes. Good, Wang Wei sneered. It'll change their fate to have bad luck during the vacation. They should then understand how cruel the world has become. Wouldn't that be too obvious? Wang Qi asked. You're underestimating me, Wang Wei replied. Things will happen inconspicuously and naturally since he'll be using his fate Dao. Plus, he won't do it to all of them so as not to raise eyebrows. On the contrary, he'll grant blessings to some of them. The ones with bad luck will realize the need for a towering tree to protect them, while the ones with good luck will be weary of suffering the same fate as their counterparts. That's fine, Wang Qi nodded. What about the people who refused to join? Not all the professionals agreed to work for them. In fact, a significant number of them wanted their freedom at all costs. Leave them be. Wang Wei will also give them the same treatment, but he won't do anything extra. His goal is to get these people to change their minds. If they don't, it won't affect him that much. Wang Wei signed the contract. Then he held a banquet for these professionals, living up to his words of treating them with respect and dignity. Once that was done, Wang Wei was free since Red Mask was still organizing the documents. Wang Wei stood in his room, looking into the distance. Some things must be faced head-on, he muttered before drawing a talisman in the air that broke the void. He received a response a few minutes later, so he changed his clothes into a more regal purple and gold robe with a black crown that tied his hair and a white belt around his waist. Once he was ready, he created a portal before him and waited until he felt it was connected on the other side before walking through it. As he walked through the door, he saw a beautiful woman dressed in a simple white dress. There was nothing extravagant about this dress, not even any accessories except for a silver ring on her right index finger, but such simplicity perfectly matched her beauty. Her long black hair dripped down her back. The contrast with her white clothes made her appear as the embodiment of yin and yang. Wang Wei was momentarily lost in her eyes. Wu Hong had worn white dresses before, but her aura was completely different than now. It was hard for her to hide her domineering presence, so even when she chose an aesthetic of purity, there was always a subtle hint of power and nobility. However, today Wang Wei saw her in the ultimate form of purity. I wonder, who do you see? Sun Junyao asked in her soft and angelic voice. Wang Wei finally woke up and honestly looked at her. It seems this question is very important to you. It is, Sun Junyao answered honestly. With this brief exchange, Wang Wei figured out plenty about what kind of person she was. So, he sighed and replied, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Sun Junyao frowned. You have someone else in your heart? I do. That is indeed disappointing. She did not fall in love with Wang Wei at first sight. She'd been looking forward to their meeting because she hoped that the person fate chose as her partner might be able to see her true face. All her life, Sun Junyao has been a faceless woman, and she wished for nothing more than for that to change. Come, have a seat, and let's have a proper chat, Sun Junyao said. She still had some hope that maybe he could still help her. She led Wang Wei to a pavilion nearby. Wang Wei recognized this place was similar to the one Xiao Tiandi invited him, with the lake, flowers, spirits, and rainbows. As they sat opposite each other with a table in between, Sun Junyao served tea. Wang Wei took a sip and said, I don't want to have any misconceptions between us, so I want to make things clear. I come to break off the cause and effect between us. Is that so? Sun Junyao nodded, slightly surprised. In the past week, she used her terrible spy network to find people from the lower dimension and get as much information about Wang Wei as possible. As such, she knew he remained loyal to his wife despite achieving unprecedented power and status in the lower dimension. She calculated that this might be one of his reactions after meeting her, especially after knowing that Wang Wei's wife might be related to Empress Wu. Her surprise originated from the fact that he had no hesitation after seeing her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1296 Perfect Match. I appreciate your frankness, Sun Junyao answered. Cultivators on her level have a different perspective about fated love. Some embrace it, some are indifferent, and others find it disgusting. Sun Junyao was in the indifferent category. She only had expectations for Wang Wei because she thought he might be able to help with her situation. Wang Wei secretly sighed in relief. What he feared the most was she made a big deal out of this. He checked the fate connection between them, and as expected, he discovered it was not as unbreakable as before. But it seems this is not enough to cut it off completely, Wang Wei analyzed. He may need to get involved more with Sun Junyao before he can sever their connection. Now that you are here, I'll take the opportunity to express my gratitude. Sun Junyao changed the topic. I would have been in serious trouble had you not stopped 5 feathers. Really? I thought you would find my actions meddlesome. On the contrary, Sun Junyao stated. You may have saved my life. That's an exaggeration, Wang Wei replied. Something tells me you were prepared in case something like this happened. I was indeed prepared, Sun Junyao nodded. She used Wu Hong's aura to make anyone who came weary. Such a play should have bought her some time to kill Blood Dragon. However, if that did not work, Sun Junyao was prepared to use her palace, a supreme chaos treasure, to resist and even run away into the source chi space. However, after seeing your battle, I realized how much I underestimated the power of a paragon, Sun Junyao added. She briefly observed their battle after killing Blood Dragon, and she was appalled by their display of strength. Additionally, she checked the aftermath after leaving the Dragon Palace. As such, Sun Junyao understood how difficult it would have been to fight off 5 feathers, especially if she were distracted trying to finish Blood Dragon as soon as possible. She could not tell the final outcome without Wang Wei's presence, but she knew the chances of things going sideways for her and the people of the palace were pretty high. I accept your gratitude, Wang Wei nodded. While on this topic, can I ask whether you've discovered Blood Dragon's Dao imprint? I have, Sun Junyao nodded. Why are you asking? If you don't mind, can we work together to deal with it as soon as possible, Wang Wei suggested. He was worried that the existence of the imprint would become a variable, so the best solution would be for them to work together and get rid of it as soon as possible. Sun Junyao mulled over this idea for a few seconds before agreeing. She also felt it would be better to deal with this imprint immediately. The last thing anyone in the world wanted would be for that stupid dragon to revive himself. She waved her hand to summon the Grand Dao Source, directing Wang Wei to a seal area with a unique rune. How do you want to do this? Sun Junyao asked. I have no experience dealing with a paragon's imprint, so let's just attack with all our strength and respond as things change, Wang Wei suggested. Sun Junyao found nothing wrong with this suggestion, so she immediately took action. Small bursts of red lightning flashed around their eyes as they activated their true will and bombarded the rune. They immediately encountered severe resistance. The imprint seemed alive, or at the very least, had a certain level of consciousness, so it fought back to protect itself. Paragon Dao imprint is different from Empyreans because it has a consciousness. Unlike Empyreans who have to order their imprints to hide before their death, Paragon imprints will act on instinct and do it without instruction. However, such ability is the most basic of abilities. The Dao imprint is how regular paragons ensure their survival, so it became imperative that they developed ways to protect it. As such, there are plenty of Dao imprint techniques, including creating false Dao imprints to lure the enemy away, the imprint developing hiding and battle instincts, and even the ability of an imprint to attach itself to other lesser ones to camouflage and hide itself. Sun Junyo's way of getting the Blood Dragon's Dao imprints saved them a lot of trouble. Otherwise, it would have been a struggle for them to search for that imprint, but even with such an advantage, it was challenging for those two to eradicate it. Wang Wei and Sun Junyo's attacks were not as effective as they wanted it to be, so they decided to work together. They melded their true will into one to boost its potency. The process was so smooth and swimmingly that it felt unnatural. It was like they were the perfect match, two sides of a broken object that easily fit together. Their approach was the correct choice. Their combined power had a more significant effect but showed no signs of excitement. Too slow, Wang Wei said. This should be expected, Sun Junyao said calmly. We should succeed in about 1200 yuan epic, and that's excellent timing. She was prepared to spend at least 10 times longer to deal with this imprint. Wang Wei shook his head. 1200 yuan epic is enough time for unknown variables to pop up from this imprint. I understand that, but there is nothing we can do about this, unless we can find rare things like Source Erosion Water or Omega Karma Flame, Sun Junyao said before looking at him. Did you find any of these things in the Blood Dragon's treasury? No, Wang Wei replied. And even if he had such things, with how he fears for his life, I doubt he would keep them. A drop of Source Erosion Water can instantly erase the Dao imprint of a low-level paragon. Meanwhile, Omega Karma Flame can also directly burn the Dao imprint, and for peak paragons and boundless, it can drastically increase the speed of erasing it. That's true, Sun Junyao nodded. Anyway, let's focus, and maybe we can chip off a few yuan epics in our time. Wang Wei disagreed with her, but he did not say anything. Instead, he summoned the River of Fate to use the technique he copied from Monk, Fate Will. Adding another will dramatically increase their speed, and Sun Junyao was surprised. Wang Wei frowned as he was still unsatisfied with this speed. Sun Junyao felt the change to their true will, and a brilliant light flashed deep in her eyes before she closed them. A few seconds later, countless chains of laws appeared around her, emanating the aura of different Grand Dao sources. Then, numerous Dao wills emanated from these chains. They condensed into one before fusing with the true will. So, she can not only copy people's Dao but even their Dao will? My technique must have inspired her. She's a true talent, Wang Wei thought with a slight surprise. He could tell Sun Junyo's secondary Dao will was somewhat weak and illusory, indicating her technique was imperfect. However, it's understandable, given that it was created on the spot. After calming down, Wang Wei focused on the task at hand. It's down to about 550 yuan epic, but I'm still unsatisfied. He wanted to reduce the scale to less than a yuan epic. He pondered briefly before sending his mind to the Dragon Palace. Monk, Dulgun, Jiaping and Flame, lend me your wills. Everyone else who has a Dao will artifact can also use it. His team was confused, but they did not ask many questions. They used their Dao will, true will, and willpower manifestation and sent it through the karmic line that Wang Wei established with them. The addition of these people significantly boosted the eradication process. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after seeing the speed for them to succeed. It was down to 120 yuan epic, so he pondered who else he could ask. However, Sun Junyao immediately relieved his worry. She knew way more eternals and everlasting than him, so when she copied his method, hundreds of wills came from the void to provide aid. They soon reached their limit, and any more people would collapse their true will instead of augmenting it. Time passed, and the two spent 3 million years before the imprint dissipated. They could have finished sooner by at least 500,000 years, but Wang Wei was distracted as he kept observing the outside for any signs of sudden and drastic change. There were no visions between heaven and earth when the imprint disappeared. However, there were some slight changes to the world, and people of a certain cultivation noticed. After a few calculations, some people deduced that Blood Dragon had truly fallen. Many cultivators sighed after discovering this truth, lamenting the vicissitudes of life. Mortals pursue immortality, while immortals strive for eternity. However, even noble beings like boundless paragons have not achieved true eternity. So, what chances do they have? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1297 Deepening Karma. This was quite the experience, wasn't it? Sun Junyao sighed, her body relaxing as the tension dissipated. This experience was unique, not only because it was her first time attacking a Paragon's Dao imprint, but because of Wang Wei's presence. They were perfectly in sync, like two peas from the same pod. Sun Junyao understood why he was her fated lover, or maybe they fit so well because of that. Of course, her perfect harmony with Wang Wei was not the most memorable aspect of this experience. In the past 3 million years, she has made rapid progress regarding the application of true wills, and her understanding of Dao imprints reached a higher level. This experience will drastically reduce the time she needs to adapt to battles at the Paragon level. Indeed, Wang Wei replied. However, upon closer observation, Sun Junyao realized he was slightly distracted, and that's because Wang Wei had discovered something. His karmic connection with Sun Junyao had drastically increased in the past millions of years, and that somehow made it easier for him to cut off their fate line. What is this? Does fate want to entice me to deepen my relationship with her before deciding to cut off all connections? Does it think I won't be able to resist the temptation? Wang Wei wanted to roll his eyes but resisted the urge. Is everything all right? Sun Junyao asked. Sorry about that, I was lost in my thoughts. Wang Wei apologized. I can tell. Care to share what's on your mind? Nothing of importance, Wang Wei replied before looking at the teacups and set. Even after so long, they remained intact, including the tea. However, it was no longer hot, so he waved his hand to heat it. If you say so, Sun Junyao nodded. Since he did not want to talk about it, she would not insist. She sipped her hot tea. The ambience suddenly became awkward due to the silence. Sun Junyao could tell Wang Wei had this rejection against her. Although he tried to hide it, she noticed it. Well, he cultivates Fate Dao and pursues absolute freedom, so, understandably, he would reject a fated companion, Sun Junyao thought. It's fine if he doesn't want to associate with me, but I still need to confirm whether he can help me. Now that I think about it, she said, I owe you more than one favor. Are you talking about Xiao Tiandi? If so, I don't think I did anything, Wang Wei replied. Without you giving him such a wake-up call, I doubt he would ever have the desire to change, Sun Junyao replied. She had been quite stressed about what to do with her disciple, trying countless methods to enlighten him. Luckily for her, old man Tianji gave a message that there might be an opportunity in the lower dimension, so she used all her connections to secure a spot for him. Maybe you're right, Wang Wei nodded. Sun Junyao frowned at his response. You seem guarded, she said. This is unlike you. And you presume to know me? No, but I know enough to know this is not how you normally behave, Sun Junyao responded calmly. Her words made Wang Wei ponder. She's right. There is no point in being reserved or alienating her. I don't need to be influenced by the events of my alternate self, nor care about what fate is planning, and I especially do not need to worry about how Wu Hong would feel based on my relationship with her. In fact, I should act above board instead of being suspicious. My apology, Wang Wei said. It seems I've been overthinking a lot. I understand. After all, overthinking is one of the few foibles of the wise, Su Junyao. How about we play one civilization chess match? It's a great way to appease the mood and get to know each other. Good idea. Sun Junyao waved her hand, and the tea sets on the table disappeared. She then summoned her Grand Miss Qi to create a transparent cube on the table. This was not an ordinary cube but one that contained an entire universe with vast lands, forests, mountains, oceans, and stars. Ladies first, Wang Wei said, and Sun Junyao did not act courteously with him. She pondered for a few seconds before choosing the fiend god race. With a thought, she created countless members of this race. To be precise, she made 129,600 of them. They were tall, mighty, primarily humanoid, and the heavens and earth cheered for their sheer existence. Starting with the most powerful race, huh? That's an interesting choice, Wang Wei commented. In that case, you'll choose the weakest race? Wang Wei chose the human race. However, he did not choose randomly. Instead, he created 129,608 humans, born from heaven and earth and in harmony with the Tao. They were not born strong but with supreme talents. Meanwhile, the rest, with a population of 1 billion, were regular and acquired humans. That's a smart move, Sun Junyao thought. According to the rules, the human race can have a starting population of 10 billion. Wang Wei sacrificed most of that to give birth to these innate humans with unparalleled talent. Sun Junyao looked at her fiend gods. They had all become eggs floating in this world's version of primordial chaos. She was not surprised by this sudden transformation. According to the rules, since she chose a race with such a high starting place and Wang Wei chose the opposite, she must abide by several restrictions, one of which was the small population and the fact her creatures must start from being born from primordial chaos. She looked at one of the eggs, who was technically the first creature ever born in this world. Sun Junyao's next move was based on that. She used that status as the firstborn to accelerate the birth of that egg. Cracks appeared on the egg, but it was not born yet. For his second move, Wang Wei created a living environment for the human race. The innate humans can survive by absorbing the spiritual qi between heaven and earth, but the others cannot. So, Wang Wei had to build an ecosystem for the others, with animals, plants, insects, drinkable water, and so on. Sun Junyao's move was the same, accelerating the birth of the first fiend god. Meanwhile, Wang Wei chose 2 innate humans and endowed them with unique talents. The first one, called Sheng, gained the ability of innate wisdom. By observing nature, he learned about things like making fire, hunting, making clothes, building houses, organization, and even herding. Sheng quickly divided the humans into tribes and elected leaders to better manage them. Then, he taught everybody what he had learned. The second person Wang Wei chose was named Fusey, and he was granted a warrior's heart. Fusey was fierce, always the first to rush to fight against beasts to protect his fellow humans. He soon became the best hunter in the entire human race. Despite his fierce ways, Fusey was a meticulous person with a heart of gold. He lamented how weak his fellow acquired humans were and wondered whether there was a way for them to increase their strength. However, he could not think of a way. Sun Junyao looked at the human race, which had already established a primitive civilization. As she glanced at Fusey, he predicted what Wang Wei's next move was and thus became a little worried. So, for her next move, she sacrificed some of his luck to ensure Pan, the first fiend god, would be born early. Such an act ruined Pan's origin and lessened his talent, but she would make it up to him later. Wang Wei already had a plan, so all he needed to do was execute it. So, one day, while hunting, Fusey found 2 tigers fighting over a spiritual herb. As he observed them, he suddenly entered a trance in which his mind had absolute clarity. He saw every minute detail of the tiger's muscles, breathing, how they exert force, and even the fierceness of their spirit. Without realizing it, Fusey started mimicking the tiger's breathing and movements. At first, he looked stupid, but with each passing second, he mimicked these movements before changing them to fit the human physique without losing the effect. Boom! A vast amount of spiritual chi rushed into his body. His aura increased dramatically, but Fusey was unaware. He continued to punch and breathe with a specific rhythm. A terrifying heat emanated from his body, forming a red cloud. Boom! Fusey punched forward, releasing a shockwave that destroyed a dozen trees in the forest. He looked at this devastation in shock. "I did this." He asked his fellow hunters, and they nodded. These hunters knew innate humans were stronger than them, but it was not so exaggerated. They sighed and looked at Fusey with awe and envy. "Ah, there is no need to envy me since you'll also have such strength," Fusey declared with a grand smile. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1298 Civilization Chess, unedited chapter. Fusey returned home with a wide grin. He could not wait to share his new technique with everyone in the tribe. From now on, his fellow humans no longer have to worry about dying while hunting. They can now truly rule over this land. Unfortunately for him, reality slapped him in the face. Shing vehemently disagreed with popularizing this method to everyone in the race. He used his golden tongue to explain to Fusey all the disadvantages of everyone having such power. Moreover, the other elders agreed with him, so Fusey had to shelve his idea. Finally, the Human Elder Council agreed that this method would only be shared with a few members of each tribe, and there would be strict rules on whom to pass it on. So, from now on, a new social class of warrior with high status appeared in the human race. Although Fusey was angry, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the human race did not belong to him alone. So, he chose to redirect his frustration to this new method. He wanted to perfect it and maybe even find a way to acquire even more strength. Sun Junyao calmly looked at the changes in the human race. So, he chose the martial art path? That makes sense, given how universal this system is. Martial art is a renowned power system of the human race throughout all heaven's myriad world. In many chaos worlds, the human race's rise to power starts with martial arts. They imitate beasts and the powerful creatures around them to eliminate their innate weakness. Sun Junyao focused on her race. For her turn, she changed the world's flora, giving birth to countless spiritual ores and herbs with different effects. Amongst these new creations is the transformation lotus flower, whose purpose is to accelerate the birth of innate creatures. Wang Wei was not surprised by this move. This is the regular operation of civilization chess when people choose powerful races from the beginning. Sun Junyo's move was decent since she was preparing for the birth of her races instead of forcing them to be born early. He focused on his humans. The human race is currently the most powerful in the Chaos universe, but why is that? Could it be because they are a race born with the highest understanding of all races? That's only a part of it. Another primary reason is the human spirit. Humans always believe they can conquer nature, so no matter the situation, humans will fight and rise to the occasion. They will sublimate themselves during moments of despair, allowing their races to overcome all kinds of catastrophes and obstacles. Wang Wei already has a path to guarantee the rise of the human race, so why would he not use it? In this chess world, one of the many animals he previously created suddenly became enlightened and gained wisdom. It absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to increase its strength rapidly. The creature, previously a regular tiger, was now a demon. The tiger called itself the demon race and started to gather other animals, awaken their wisdom, and conquer them. Suddenly, the human race had another competitor in this world. Using blood and war to train the human race? This approach is cruel but effective, Sun Junyao thought. For a brief moment, She considered sending Pan to the human race area to eliminate them. However, Sun Junyao knew this was an unwise move since, with Pan's current strength, it would take him more than 10,000 years to reach his destination. By then, who knows how powerful the human race will be. Instead, Sun Junyao influenced Pan to leave his birth area and explore this new world. She activated his luck, and as expected, the first fiend god discovered countless rare spiritual herbs, especially the transformation lotus. Meanwhile, the human race continued to develop. Fusey continued to build his training method, giving birth to warriors with divine abilities like controlling flames or flying in the sky. However, internal problems manifested in the human race due to the lack of an enemy. The primary cause is the inequality between warriors and ordinary people, especially the strict control of training methods. Sheng started a plan of separation, expansion, and merit to deal with the situation. The warriors became nobles of the human race and lived in the inner area. Regular people lived in the middle, while pioneers lived in the outer region. Pioneers' job was to explore areas outside the human race's domain and create new tribes. The pioneers were given basic training methods, and if they had sufficient accomplishments, they could gain access to real training methods and become nobles. Sun Junyao looked at the human situation. She could tell with a glance the flaw of this pioneer system. It can take a few generations of development before a pioneer has enough achievements to receive the training method and become a noble. Most pioneers did not live long to see that day, so they relied on their descendants to fulfill their wishes. Normally, such a flawed system could be exploited. She only needs to influence someone in the human race to rise and cause internal problems. However, she saw that Wang Wei was already prepared to fix this flaw. He is methodical and thinks hundreds of steps ahead, Sun Junyao analyzed. The moment I chose Fiend God as my starting race, he had a plan to maximize the rules and restrictions placed on me. I should have taken this game more seriously. She understood that her chances of winning were not looking good with how the human race was developing. However, she would not give up so easily. After all, the game had just started. Although she was having a bad start, it didn't mean it was over. Instead, Sun Junyao influenced Pan to leave his birth area and explore this new world. She activated his luck, and as expected, the first fiend god discovered countless rare spiritual herbs, especially the transformation lotus. Pan returned to his birthplace and started to help his fellow fiend gods transform and appear in the world. Meanwhile, with the expansion, the human race finally reached the demon race area. As expected, a massive war immediately started between these two races. The human race was immediately overwhelmed by the horde of demons rushing into their territories. The situation escalated further when the demon race realized that eating humans could increase their souls and intelligence. In less than a month, the demon race slaughtered or captured most of the territories created by the pioneers. The nobles in the central area gathered to discuss this war, and they soon realized the horror they were about to face. The demon race had much superiority over them. First, there is the advantage of population. There are too many animals compared to humans, and most animals will come to adulthood in a few months to a few years, while humans have to wait 15 to 18 years. Secondly, the demon race had its own racial advantages. They were not as intelligent or wise as humans, making their comprehension lower. However, they had a powerful body, especially after being nourished by spiritual qi, and they were more sensitive to energy than humans, meaning it was easier for them to get started in the path of cultivation. The third and most important advantage of the demon race was their emperor's generosity. The demon emperor did not have as much of a reservation about spreading his qi-absorbing method to his kind. Although he kept a backhand to ensure his supremacy, he was still way more generous than the human race, resulting in a situation where the number of demons outmatched human warriors by a considerable amount. Such a revelation almost resulted in the clash of the human race's two titans, Sheng and Fusey. The latter was furious that the former stopped him from making the training more widespread hundreds of years ago. Otherwise, the human race would not be in such a precarious situation. Sheng knew he did nothing wrong. If that method were not adequately controlled, The human race would be in a state where countless tribes fought with each other after everybody acquired such powerful strength. However, he knew this was not the time for an internal fight, so he admitted his fault and asked Fusey to focus on the current situation. The two then agreed that a great change was needed to survive this catastrophe. Firstly, the training method would become available to every pioneer while they chose people with excellent talent to cultivate in the middle area. Such a tactic can be considered recompensation for the pioneers while also motivating people in the middle area to become pioneers and participate in the war. The second change they decided on was to mobilize 90% of the nobles and move them to the frontier to stop the demon race's advancements. Unfortunately for these two, their decisions received immediate resistance. The nobles were fine with spreading the training method to the pioneers since they needed people to fight this war, but they insisted that the best training methods should be kept for themselves. They also disagreed with training anyone from the middle area. If these people wanted power, they could only go to the frontier. As for their mobilization to participate in this war, they refused. They were nobles, and not just because of their strength. Many were innate humans or descendants of them, so how could they put themselves in danger? After living such a long life of pleasure and luxury, these people were not warriors but people with strength. The situation was tense, and the human race was about to collapse internally. However, something happened that none of these nobles anticipated. The two titans became ruthless and slaughtered anyone who resisted the two orders. It did not matter who it was, even their fellow innate humans. They killed anyone who resisted. Fusey was, without a doubt, the strongest warrior of the human race. Meanwhile, Sheng was in the top 10 in terms of strength and held the most political power. With these two working together, the nobles had no choice but to obey and head for the frontier. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1299 Terrifying Woman, Unedited Chapter. After the human nobles finally responded and fought against the demon race, a tragedy of blood and sacrifices occurred. The demon race was brutal by nature, and even with the demon emperor's suppression, these animals spent all their lives following the cruel laws of nature. All the powerful demons reached their position by killing each other, so how could these lazy and entitled nobles be a match for them? In the first 6 months of this battle, 90% of the nobles died at the hands of the demon race. One of the most tragic causes was the innate humans. Wang Wei created 129,600 of them, and in the current era, about 110,000 of them still survive. However, in the past 6 months, only 18,000 innate humans survived. The human race bled in this war. However, with this tragedy comes strength and stability. The surviving nobles and pioneers became the pillars of the human race. Through war, bloodshed, and the spirit of sacrifice, these people became unparalleled warriors and the backbone of their races. After this baptism of war, the human race changed. They knew they were not the highest predators they once believed to be and strived to do whatever was necessary to survive and establish themselves at the top of the pyramid. Fusey, their most powerful warrior, truly matured after the 6th month. He always had a heart of gold, so seeing his fellow humans suffer so tragically affected him the most. He wanted to become powerful and end this war, but he soon discovered that one man could not win this war. He made a breakthrough in the 3rd month of this fight and slaughtered everywhere. However, the demon races sent 2 of their 10 demon kings, and they were equal to Fusey in terms of realm and strength. At that point, the human race despaired, especially after knowing the demon race was even more powerful. Luckily, Fusey proved worthy of the title, Martial Ancestor. After several months of fighting and learning, he killed one of the demon kings and severely injured the other. While the human race was sublimating through war, the fiend gods were leaving their cocoons one after another. Sun Junyao felt relieved that she finally had made the crucial first step in developing her race. For her turn, she created a secret realm before luring Pan and many of the clan's elders into it. The secret realm contained an inheritance, and after experiencing it, Pan finally made up for his lack of origin, and the other members sublimated their cultivation. However, this was not the primary goal of this move. A gray and dull table stood at the center of this secret realm, and after the fiend god reached it, they saw a vision of a race calling themselves the Chaos Demon Gods. They saw the rise and fall of this powerful race. At their pinnacle, the current fiend god paled compared to the Chaos Demon Gods. The fiend gods were born noble, and they knew it. However, their noble birth also paled compared to the Chaos Demon Gods. However, despite how mighty that clan was, they were still destroyed. Pan and the elders were scared after experiencing that vision. After returning home, they immediately create 3 fundamental precepts and taboos that all members of the clan must live by. There is always a sky beyond the sky. It's taboo to think you're the best. We are born noble, but that does not mean you can rely on your status to live a comfortable life. Laziness and complacency are the second taboo. Never underestimate anyone. All races, no matter how weak, have the potential to reach the top of heaven and earth. Underestimating any race due to their birth is the third taboo. Pan and the elders felt the Chaos Demon God's fate was a warning from heaven of what would happen to their clan, so they used these precepts as the foundation of their rise and prosperity. From that on, there is no such thing as a fiend god that relies on its bloodline to grow slowly. From birth, everyone must experience a strict training regimen to ensure their full potential is developed. She knows about the Chaos Demon God? Wang Wei thought. From what Wang Wei deduced, knowledge about the existence of Chaos Demon Gods was purposely erased by someone, probably Grand Dao. The fact that there is any news information whatsoever is a testament to how powerful the Chaos Demon Gods were. However, only a few top paragons will know of their existence and cannot even share it with people of lower cultivation realms or strengths. How deep is this woman's spy intelligence? Wang Wei wondered. He was amazed. Compared to her, his fate shadow guard. He shook his head not to think about it. Maybe I can ask her for help gathering rare information. However, Wang Wei removed this idea from his thoughts. He and Sun Junyao were neither friends nor acquaintances, so why would she help him? However, Wang Wei considered becoming business partners to trade information and so on. It seems that I need to deepen my karma and involvement with her, so this might be a good approach, Wang Wei analyzed. Lady Sun, can I ask you a somewhat personal question? Sun Junyao was surprised that he took the initiative to speak to her. She smiled, instantly illuminating the room, and said, "As long as you don't speak so formally and address me as Lady Sun." "No problem," Wang Wei answered. Since he wanted to do business with her, it was no problem to become familiar with her. Maybe they can even become acquaintances and, eventually, friends. How good is your information network? Wang Wei asked. That is an interesting question, Sun Junyao muttered. How to answer this? It's probably the best in the world. Oh. Wang Wei was intrigued by her confidence. I know it sounds like I'm bragging, but it's the truth, she explained. And despite having this position, it doesn't mean I deserve it. Can you elaborate? Wang Wei asked. At the beginning of this era, the overlords and top lineages were forced to close up their mountains, and their intelligence network had to be suspended. To be precise, they could not operate efficiently under the light. I used this opportunity to rise. More importantly, I made a bargain with them. Regarding their network? Wang Wei asked, thinking of something incredible. That's right, Sun Junyao nodded. It was easier for me to act openly and in the shadow than them, so I became the intermediary for their networks, allowing them to bypass the blockade of the moons and suns. When you say them, how many are we talking about? About 80%. Wang Wei took a deep breath. He did not expect her to be such a terrifying woman. What does it mean to be the intelligence distributor to 80% of all the top lineages of the world? This means there is little that Sun Junyao wishes to know that she cannot. Of course, Sun Junyao understood that she needed a certain level of propriety. If she started to delve into the secrets of these factions, not only would their cooperation stop, but they would do everything possible to eliminate her. What's with that look? Sun Junyao asked. I'm reconsidering whether I made the right choice, Wang Wei replied seriously. I only need to sacrifice my dignity and body, and I will have the most beautiful woman in the world and such an intelligent network. No matter how you look at it, I'm not losing in this situation. Sun Junyao was shocked before covering her mouth to laugh. You're the first man I've met who openly admits he wishes to rely on me instead of providing the world to me. I'm just telling the truth. Sun Junyao shook her head. She knew a person like him had their pride and would never do such a thing. Little did she know that if her surname were Wu instead of Sun, Wang Wei would be shameless enough to sell his body for her spy network. So, why did you tell me such an important information? And so casually? Wang Wei asked. Because I felt like it, Sun Junyao replied casually, which was probably a half-truth. Plus, so what if I did? How many people would believe that such a weak woman like myself has such power? And even if they did, what can they do about it? You're only partially correct about that, Wang Wei replied. After what you did with Blood Dragon, most people will believe you're that capable. That's true, she nodded, smiling, thinking how she had successfully changed her reputation and how the world viewed her. She then focused on Wang Wei. The real question is, why did you ask me such a question? I was hoping we could cooperate, Wang Wei said. I value your information and am willing to pay a fair price for it. So, what do you think? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1300 Help Yourself, Sell Information? That's not out of the realm of possibility, Sun Junyao uttered. She knew her situation. After killing Blood Dragon, she was now in a precarious situation as the moons would no longer tolerate her. The woman already envied her, and now was the perfect opportunity for them to enact their twisted vengeance. As for the man, they are even worse since they now have an excuse to catch and treat her as their plaything. Wang Wei had the destiny to eliminate these bastards, so whether he asked or not, Sun Junyao planned to work with him. She hadn't decided on the exact nature of the cooperation, but they could start with exchanging intelligence. So, what do you want in exchange? Wang Wei asked, feeling her hesitation. You might as well be straightforward. You know what I want, Sun Junyao replied, looking him in the eyes. However, Wang Wei instinctively replied, You can't have my body. The severe atmosphere was instantly broken, almost making Sun Junyao laugh out loud. However, she controlled her eyes and replied, Who wants your body? My mother told me that pretty boys must protect themselves when going out, Wang Wei said seriously. I didn't understand what she meant then, but now I do. I didn't think there were such aggressive women in the world. He sighed, feeling that he needed to protect himself or some woman would take advantage of him. Sun Junyao was shocked. The information said he was free and easygoing, capable of changing his personality like an actor in a play. She knew this, but it was different for her to experience it herself. You're quite the character, aren't you? She commented. They'll take that as a compliment, Wang Wei smiled. But seriously, you know what I want. Wang Wei was briefly silent. I can't help you. You can't or won't? Both. Why not be truthful and say you want? Sun Junyao said, her demeanor devoid of her previous weak and pure aura. Although you try to hide it, I can sense the perfect aura in your body. It's so pure, so you must have used it to make that perfect tear. With such deep knowledge of perfection, don't tell me you can't help. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Then, there is your relationship with Senior Wu, Sun Junyao continued. With your relationship with her, there is no way you couldn't ask her for help. With the two of you working together, each with their own expertise, the chances of creating a method are very high. How do you know my relationship with her? I talked to the people who recently ascended, Sun Junyao replied. That shouldn't be enough to come to a conclusion, Wang Wei said. Then he remembered something. He had revealed he knew about her true face during the conversation. It seems you figured it out, Sun Junyao said. Only a few people know about my true face, and the only way for you to learn about it is from her. Wang Wei nodded before sipping his tea. Well? Sun Junyao asked. I think it's a fair deal. You help me and I help you. I think we can make a great team. Wang Wei was calm. He sighed before uttering, haven't you realized you're on the wrong path? Pardon me? Your lack of faith is not just a curse but a test and an opportunity, Wang Wei said. Have you ever thought that instead of relying on someone else, you could help yourself? Why do you need me to help you see your true face? Cultivation is about the elevation of the self, which can apply to your situation. Your true face is what you deem it to be. It can be the most beautiful face in the world, the most ugly, or a common face that most people will not glance at. It doesn't matter. What matters is that it's your face and you like it. Sun Junyo's body visibly paused as these words echoed in her mind. Suddenly, she felt in a daze, lost in her memory. Senior Wu, is there really nothing you can do? I'm sorry, but this is beyond my ability. Sun Junyao was dejected, but her eyes remained firm and unwilling. Senior, you're someone with vast knowledge and experience. Can you guide me to a path? All I can say is this is a trial for you, and you can only walk your own path. So, what do you think? Sun Junyao asked. It's repulsive, isn't it? No. There is no need to consider my feelings. It's disgusting and I acknowledge that. You're wrong, Master, Xiao Tiandi said. In fact, I think it's better like that. Oh, why is that? I always feel guilty when I look at you, knowing that the face I see is not yours but what I want you to look at. I want to see you for you are, and even if it looks like this, I'm fine with that. Sun Junyao looked at her young apprentice in shock. She did not expect such a reaction after showing him the truth. She suddenly smiled. From now on, she truly acknowledged this disciple. From now on, no matter what happens, whether he is an unparalleled genius or mediocre, she'll treat him as family. Sun Junyao woke up from her daze and instinctively touched her face. She stopped midway, not daring to finish. After hesitating for a few seconds, she slowly caressed every part of her face, from her forehead to her chin and even her nose and eyes. Such a sight looked weird from the outside, but Wang Wei did not utter a word. He calmly watched. Once Sun Junyao finished, she waved her hand to manifest a mirror, but it was upside down. She stared at the back of this golden mirror adorned with engravings of phoenixes for over a minute before turning it over. She saw it. The emptiness that has accompanied her all her life since the age of 7 when she first looked into a mirror. She still remembered screaming, scaring the maids, and alerting her mother. After she told them what she saw, Sun Junyo's parents thought this was a child's ramblings. She insisted, but her father, a Tier 7 cultivator, saw nothing. After Sun Junyao threw a temper tantrum for the next month, his parents had no choice but to act. Grand visions accompanied Sun Junyo's birth, alerting many influential people who wanted to accept her as a disciple or who had other ulterior motives. Her parents had no choice but to contact one of these people to check on her, but they could not even see anything. Ultimately, Sun Junyao had to accept that no one but she could see her empty face, and from that day on, she hated any reflective surfaces, including clear water. As Sun Junyao looked into the mirror, she saw it. A vague outline that could not be deciphered entirely. She was immediately excited and focused, but the outline remained illusory and vague no matter what she tried. She calmed down and exhaled before dispersing the mirror. She stood up, cupped her hands, and bowed 90 degrees to Wang Wei. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for pointing the way. No problem, Wang Wei nodded. She accepted the bow but did not take it as seriously as her. He was sure some people close to her must have said something similar. However, helping someone heal their Tao heart or state of mind sometimes requires the right person to say the correct thing at the appropriate time. Sun Junyao has put a lot of faith in the destined one to help her with her situation, so those words meant a lot coming from Wang Wei than someone else. Sun Junyao felt relaxed after sitting down. Although the flaw in her Tao heart was not completely dealt with, she now saw a way forward. She only needs to focus on finding herself. One day, she'll have her face. As Wang Wei said, the fact might be the most common one in the world, but that does not matter since it is hers. Once she perfects her Tao heart, her future will be bright, Wang Wei thought. After Sun Junyao solves her problem, she'll be able to see her perfection as an advantage instead of a curse. With her information network, it won't take long to learn or deduce that the path of perfection involves transcendence, so she might start preparing for that. Should I find a way to exchange the perfection foundation with her? Wang Wei thought. He loves talent, and because of that, he was momentarily tempted not to sever the connection with her. After all, her chances of becoming half-step transcendent are genuinely high since she's a being with such a high affinity with perfection. The perfect foundation would further increase that possibility. Moreover, Wang Wei looked at the connection between them. After helping enlighten her, their karma connection was more profound, and he took a significant step in being able to cut off their fate connection. If he handed her the perfect foundation, Wang Wei knew he would meet the requirement. No, there is no need to use such a valuable thing to deepen karma, Wang Wei thought. He could take his time and was confident he could resist whatever temptations fate could throw at him. More importantly, he did not have such a deep connection or affection for Sun Junyao to give something as valuable as the perfect foundation method. Wait, what if she were? Wang Wei suddenly thought. She doesn't have a top lineage behind her, so it's possible to lure her into the Dao opening sect. Sun Junyao could be classified as a transcendent seed, meaning that any faction would fight tooth and nail for her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1301 Not Feasible Unedited Chapter. The more Wang Wei thought about this idea, the more in love he fell with it. Just like he did with Dong Lifen, he can do the same with Sun Junyao. This was simply perfect. Her situation is not ideal, Wang Wei thought. In the upcoming era, everybody will be competing for the path of transcendence, and as someone without a potent faction to protect her, she'll become a delicious piece of cake to fight over. Additionally, there is also the issue of her network. Many sects will be thankful for her help, but many will also wish to eliminate her to ensure she did not learn any crucial secrets related to them. If you add her unparalleled beauty, her life will truly be full of ups and downs, meaning I can use that to lure her into the sect. Sun Junyao's life will not be easy when this era ends without a powerful backer. She still has enough time to build a faction, but even if she does, it won't change much. After all, the new era will be full of paragons and primal. Even Wang Wei is not confident he'll reach the later stages of the paragon realm, let alone Sun Junyao. If any of these top lineages are determined to eliminate Sun Junyao, she'll have to struggle for survival, unless she hides in the lawless zone. But even such a method is not 100% guaranteed. After all, the paragons of the upcoming era cannot compare to the waste that is these parasites. Even if their power is sealed to the Empyrean realm, a peak paragon is still a peak paragon. No matter how I look at it, she has no choice but to find a backer, and the Dao opening sect is perfect for her, Wang Wei thought excitedly before he remembered something. No, the sect is not her best choice. The origin seal continent is, he realized. She already has a pseudo-master-disciple relationship with the future wife, so her best choice would be to join her. Wang Wei had no doubt his future will be able to protect her. Wu Hong built the origin seal continent into one of the 13 overlords, showing her personal and political power. Additionally, she'll be even more potent in the new era once she healed her injury and reforged her foundation. And once she becomes half-step transcendent, the origin seal continent will keep its status as the top lineage of the eternal ascension world. My future wife might have already been preparing to introduce Sun Junyao into her lineage, Wang Wei analyzed, sighing deeply to himself. He realized his chances of succeeding were not as high as he anticipated. Should I still give it a try? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Wei's mind in less than a nanosecond as he analyzed the pros and cons of trying to get Sun Junyao into the sect. No, it's not worth it, he concluded. He noticed many factors he overlooked due to his excitement. The most important of which is the complex political nature of the Dao opening sect. This was not the lower dimension where Wang Wei's prestige and power were even higher than all the ancestors combined. In there, Wang Wei can introduce someone like Dong Lifen, that was not raised by the sect and had no clear royalty, and everyone agreed, but he couldn't do the same in the upper dimension. Although Wang Wei hasn't returned to the sect, he has learned and deduced himself to the complex situation. For example, the Dao opening sect was not run only by the 3 clans of Wang, Yan, and Li, there were 9 other families below them. These families originated from former sectarian sect masters who became paragon and, with their long lifespans, established flourishing families. In fact, Wang Wei deduced that there are even more families in the sect, and the concept of the sectarian faction has almost been replaced. However, these other families do not have enough power to be considered the ruling class of the sect. With such a complex situation, there will be many resistances to Wang Wei introducing Sun Junyao to the sect, especially without a status like his wife. As his wife, people would welcome Sun Junyao with open arms and embrace her into the sect. But as a disciple or member, most people will reject. The Wang clan is still the most powerful, with 2 primals, so Wang Wei could override these rejections, but that does not make any sense. Sun Junyao must feel some sense of belonging to the sect to eventually contribute after becoming a half-step transcendent. After all, even in the lower dimension, Dong Lifen's husband would be born as a member of the Wang clan. Ultimately, since Wang Wei cannot introduce Sun Junyao to the sect with a guaranteed status like a wife, there is no point in recruiting her. There is also the issue with Wu Hong, he thought. Although he had pure motives for recruiting Sun Junyao, what if she misunderstood him? If he did it behind her, it would appear like he was sneaking around. He told her the truth, but it could appear to be manipulative. She's not the kind to be suspicious and question my motive and loyalty, but I have to look at the bigger picture, Wang Wei analyzed. He had guessed some of the shenanigans his future self was doing, and he was sure one of the primary reasons many things would go smoothly for him was because he had Wu Hong also partaking in these acts. Things would be 1,000 times harder without her help. And since he knew this, his enemy also did. It's already too late to break off his relationship with Wu Hong, so these people must keep an eye on the past. My relationship with her is complex and not set in stone, meaning it's the perfect time for these people to separate us, Wang Wei thought. That also means the existence of Sun Junyao is another significant component in this situation. As another woman linked to me by fate, she can also play a role in determining the future. Wang Wei suddenly realized he needed to be more careful with how he dealt with Sun Junyao. Calm down, he told himself. He suddenly wanted to do whatever possible to remove the karmic link between them. However, he also understood acting rashly was the opposite of what must be done in this kind of situation. The best move I can make next is to tell Wu Hong everything that had happened here, including my speculation and fears about the future. Even better, I should use open and truthful communication at all times from now on when dealing with our relationship. Was Wang Wei overreacting? Possibly. However, this involved his future love life and maybe his path toward transcendence. The last thing he wanted was to mess this up. There is no problem with cooperating, Sun Junyao said, and Wang Wei focused on her. He was previously multitasking, planning, and analyzing all these things at unparalleled speed while still talking to her. During the entire process, his facial expressions, emotions, tone fluctuations, and everything else never changed. That's good to hear. But you should understand that I cannot provide you certain information, Sun Junyao added. There are some things I don't dare investigate even if I had the power. I understand, Wang Wei nodded. My purpose is primarily the parasites. I won't break the rules and touch these lineages unless it's absolutely imperative that I do so. That's good, Sun Junyao nodded. She successfully established such deep cooperation with these lineages and kept their relationship for so long because she knew how to control herself. Sun Junyao knew their taboos and never broke them. As for the price? Sun Junyao looked him in the eyes. You enlighten me, so I owe you karma. If you need help one day, you can ask, and I'll do everything in my power to help. But business is business, friendship is friendship, Wang Wei said. I understand and have no problem. That's good, she nodded. We can use the same standard I offered Jimin, and I'll give you a 20% discount. She condensed a talisman that served as a way to contact her directly and contained a detailed system of how she classified the value of certain information and their price. From 1 star to 9 stars, but even the lowest 1-star information is expensive, even with the discount, Wang Wei complained. However, I understand why it's so expensive. Sun Junyao chose the elite path of selling information, meaning people who buy information from her already have a decent spy network and only buy things they cannot find themselves. Why do I find this setting suddenly became weird? Wang Wei thought as he looked at this information. He knew Sun Junyao had an extensive network, but now she was more than that. She had become a broker of information, selling news to the elite. She reminded him of an anime character from Earth named Joker in the underground. This woman is more complex than I gave her credit for, Wang Wei concluded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1302 Not Compatible. Aren't you worried about revealing your identity? Wang Wei asked. With such a detailed plan and classification of information, it's apparent that this was not the first time she had made such a deal. However, Wang Wei was sure she never revealed her identity when selling news to people like him. It's not as big of a deal as you think, Sun Junyao replied softly. A few individuals know her identity, including Empyrean Kong and Empyrean Jimin. Trust is crucial in her line of work, so when dealing with certain clients, she had to reveal her identity to establish trust. It's also a way to give these people her weakness and make them more willing to work with her. Of course, none of these people dared to offend even if they knew her weakness. Who dares to offend someone who can know what kind of underwear someone wore a few 100,000 years ago? There is also the soft power that Sun Junyao has. She can summon an army of cultivators to work for her with a few words and some fake tears. No one wants to offend someone with that kind of power. More importantly, more people should have figured it out by now. Sun Junyao has only dealt with elite or people with excellent networks. So, she knew what she did to the blood dragon would have helped these people figure out her identity by now. I'm guessing some people were not surprised by what you did, Wang Wei sighed. That's not completely accurate, she corrected him. They were not surprised that I could do it, but definitely shocked that I dare do it. That makes sense, Wang Wei nodded. While we're on the subject, did you get any reward from Heavenly Dao for killing that horny dragon? Hee, young Master Wang, Sun Junyao chucked as she put her hands before her mouth to hide her teeth. Such information is worth at least 5 stars. Do you still wish to know? Wang Wei's lips twitched. How come their calm, peaceful and natural conversation was suddenly corrupted by the unpleasant existence of money? He shook his head. Since he was not willing to pay, he chose to peek. Sun Junyao was surrounded by the power of perfection, which was excellent at anti-divination. However, Wang Wei used his own perfect aura to offset hers, allowing him to find some information. Paragon Slayer title, he said with slightly raised eyebrows. This was a rare title with harsh conditions, the first of which was that someone from the lower cultivation realm had to do it themselves. According to heaven and earth, paragons were noble existences, so anyone with lower cultivation lucky enough to kill one of them will receive a luck backlash instead of a reward. So, unless they have the protection from the fortune of a powerful lineage, the fate of anyone trying to acquire this title will be miserable, not considering the difficulty of even succeeding. The only way for someone to receive this title is to kill a paragon that has lost its favor from heaven and earth. The description of losing favor is broad and complex, but a perfect example is those parasites. That's rude, Sun Junyao said with a frown. She waved her hand and reinforced the anti-divination techniques around her. With her copy Dao, she had many of them, and now that she was on guard, it was not feasible for Wang Wei to use the same method with his perfect aura. Indeed. I apologize. It seems I've become too comfortable, Wang Wei replied calmly. Sun Junyao looked at him. She could not tell whether he was telling the truth or if he did it on purpose to alienate the good vibe they had between them. Or maybe he did it for a completely different reason. He was hard to read. This man's mind is too complicated, she thought. Dealing with such a person can be quite exhausting. She did not mind someone extremely intelligent, but there are also times when intelligence goes too far and ruins things, especially regarding emotional matters. Maybe it wasn't such a bad thing that he wants nothing to do with me. We're probably not compatible, Sun Junyao thought. It was already hard to accept he had to share him, but thinking how she would have to spend the rest of his life with someone with such a deep mind, she shuddered. Even if he truly opens his mind and heart to me one day, can I believe him? She knew the answer as soon as she asked. Sun Junyao sighed. She could never remove the suspicion that he was not truly sincere and was not scheming something. Senior Wu should understand what kind of person he is, so why did she choose him? Sun Junyao wondered. Maybe she's as complex as him, or she has faith that he truly opened up to her, or maybe she has confidence in herself and from her strength. Whether he's sincere or not, whether he's plotting something or not, she's confident she can get out of the situation relatively intact, emotionally and physically. As for me, I would probably lose myself in a relationship with him. Sun Junyao knew herself quite well. With a flaw in her mind, it's easier for her to be manipulated. She knew this, and that's why she never truly trusted anyone and never searched for a Tao companion. What's more, the fact she had to hear from someone else that she needed to help herself showed a tendency to rely on others. With such flaws in character, she knew she would lose her sense of self in a relationship with a person like a woman. Yes, it's indeed a good choice. Sun Junyao decided to cut off the last thoughts she had about him. Although this was their first meeting and she never had any high romantic aspirations, she did consider him after learning about Wang Wei. After all, he was handsome, talented, and had a great background. What woman would not be tempted? However, during today's events, she felt their personality did not match, and their relationship might be ill-fated. Wang Wei muttered, looking at Sun Junyao. The benefits for the Paragon Slayer title include an increase in luck, an increase in the amount of time allowed to comprehend existence after entering the Paragon realm, and what Wang Wei valued the most, a aura, ability that boosted strength when dealing with an opponent of higher cultivation realm. After knowing this, he deduced some basic information on the best way to acquire this title, but he realized it was useless. Apparently, heaven and earth judged him by different standards. It's a remarkable feat for anyone to slay a paragon, but for someone like him, it's expected. So, if he wanted the title, he would need to kill 3 paragons while in the Empyrean realm. As Wang Wei was lamenting that it was unfair, he noticed a strange change from Sun Junyao, so he looked at her. Our karmic connection has weakened. What happened? Sadly, he could not deduce anything from the myriad of emotions in her eyes because he knew little about it. Wang Wei only met Sun Junyao recently, and in the past 3 million years working together, they did not utter a single word. Through how she operates her true will and other actions, he had a basic understanding of her, but as they conversed, he had to constantly update the character model he made for her. I feel an opportunity coming, Wang Wei thought. So, let's take a look. He used his heart-reading technique, a mind-reading technique he created by combining Buddhist mantra and Yen Liling's ability. He took a quick peek into Sun Junyo's mind and found her thoughts from the past 10 seconds. He was so fast and sneaky that she did not notice anything. So, she gave up on me because we're not compatible? That works in my favor, but why do I feel something is weird? Sun Junyo's change was sudden, too fast, and, more importantly, due to a random action he did. She was right about Wang Wei's mind being too complicated, but she also exaggerated the situation. Wang Wei's previous rude behavior was not done with malice or any calculations. As he said, he became too comfortable with her too easily, and with his curious nature, he violated her privacy and calculated her information. Something really feels off by how she so naturally realized we are not compatible, Wang Wei thought. Is something the matter? Sun Junyao asked. At this point, Wang Wei was staring, making her slightly uncomfortable. Excuse me for a moment, Wang Wei said before closing his eyes, focusing his mind to analyze everything. His intuition told him something else was at play. Did my future self act and remove the obstacle that was Sun Junyao? Or maybe Hong'er is the one who acted? Wang Wei suddenly thought. No, that's not it. Whenever they act, there are always some signs of slight anomaly. But this time, it was so subtle and fluid that it reminded me of how fate operates. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1303 Intent and Tao Harmony. Maybe Sun Junyau's future self intervened, Wang Wei thought. This was not out of the realm of impossible. She was a transcendent seed, so at a minimum, she has a high chance of reaching the same level as Maitreya and Supreme Unity. These two should have transcended the shackles of the river of time, meaning they can influence the past. It's only a matter of how much they can influence before facing a backlash. Her future self might have decided that I was not worth the headaches and chose to end this ill-fated companionship, Wang Wei analyzed. However, I'm not satisfied with this answer. Wang Wei was not underestimating Sun Junyao or looking down on her. His intuition told him he had not found the crux of the issue. Wang Wei raised his eyebrow. He deduced countless possibilities, but none gave him an answer, and he was satisfied. My problem is that I don't know much about Sun Junyao. In that case, let's use her from the alternate timeline as a reference. He focused on his alternate timeline's memory. Although the part in the upper dimension was vague, he had enough information to go on. So, Wang Wei asked himself, what was his relationship with Sun Junyao like in that timeline? Why did she not find them incompatible but did in this timeline? Numerous images flashed in his mind. Although vague, they contained enough information for him to deduce and recreate a complete picture. His relationship with Sun Junyao started out of desperation. She had reached the peak of the Empyrean realm, but she did not dare become a paragon due to the flaw in her Tao heart. Additionally, despite Wu Hong's protection, Sun Junyao already sensed that many people were planning against her. So, when Wang Wei ascended, she clung to him as she thought he was the only way to save her problem and perfect her Tao heart. However, how could that version of Wang Wei care about any woman? All he cared about was revenge. However, Deepening had taken a great deal of Wang Wei's luck and destiny after defeating him in the Heavenwell battle, so the latter's strength had reached a terrifying level by the time he ascended. Wang Wei, driven by revenge, no longer acted calmly, composed, or with his intelligence. He used the most stupid way of killing and plundering for resources to increase his strength quickly. If not for Sun Junyau's intelligence and Wu Hong's strength, the parasites or other people would have killed him long ago. He was also lucky that the foreign world started to invade not long after ascending, so these parasites had to head to the frontier to defend the world. During this time, Maitreya and Supreme Unity also started their battle. Wang Wei shook his head after seeing this. This version of me is genuinely useless. His current self would never crumble this easily, even if he experienced his family's annihilation. He knows how powerful and heaven-defying powerful cultivators are, so he would dedicate himself to reaching higher levels to revive them. As for revenge against Deepening, there were so many other ways, mainly from the sect. That version despised, even hated, the upper dimension sect for allowing his sect's destruction. However, Wang Wei understood they could not do anything. The sect's ancestors were in limbo, meaning they could not even send a projection to help. Additionally, Maitreya and Supreme Unity still looked harmonious during that time, meaning everyone believed they were the enemies. In such a situation, it would be impossible for the ancestor to act. Wang Wei believed that even if they had some potent method to interfere with limbo, the other people would stop them. The destruction of the lower dimensions Tao opening sect would severely impact the luck of the upper dimensions. With how severe the competition between the 13 overlords was, they would not waste such an opportunity. The D clan is only a top paragon lineage without a primal, Wang Wei thought. All that bastard had to do was to use the upper sect's guilt of being unable to help to convince them to annihilate Deepening at all cost. And even if he wanted to kill the latter himself, he could have used the resources from the sect to increase his strength quickly. They would have gladly cultivated him at all costs to make up for the fact they allowed their ancestral land to be destroyed. Wang Wei frowned. The more he analyzed his alternate self, the more stupid he realized that bastard was. He understood being overwhelmed by vengeance, but there is such a thing as calm fury. Why must he use the riskiest and stupidest method if he wanted to be alone and plunder resources? Couldn't he have plotted the entire world from the shadows to get the resources he wanted? The Supreme Outlaw trial was more beneficial to me than I thought, Wang Wei concluded. The trial forced him to master his emotions, understand his true self, control his weaknesses, and change his way of thinking and acting. So, the trial's purpose is not just to determine a person's worthiness to wield certain Daos, but also a method of molding these Dao lords and overlords into the monster they were, Wang Wei analyzed. Grand Daos' relationship with these monsters has always been like that. It feared their capabilities but also spent time and effort to mold them so that it could see what they could do. Let's focus, Wang Wei thought as he continued his deduction. After many years and relentless effort, Wang Wei finally allowed Sun Junyao to have a small part of his heart. So, did she get what she wanted? The memories were vague, but Wang Wei did not think so. By now, his other self was madly in love with Wu Hong, but he just dared not admit it due to his hatred and her high status. As for Sun Junyao, the final face she created definitely resembled Wu Hong. Maybe the other Wang Wei realized this and modified it somewhat. However, Wang Wei believed that Sun Junyao did not get her true face until his other self became a half-step transcendent. Yes, Wang Wei believes his other self would eventually reach that realm. As for the reason? There were many, but the primary reason is that the latter's personality and behavior would eventually become the same as his. He had some basis for this assumption. I chose a Dao that fits with my pursuit and goal in life. The ancient sages called this situation the harmony of intent and Tao, Wang Wei thought. The result is that my personality fits with my Dao. This is why Wang Wei loves secrecy and planning and is an expert in manipulation. It's also why his personality is so free and easy, and he can even be described as moody, given how easily he can change to fit a situation. This situation does not apply only to himself. Wu Hong has a natural domineering aura because her ambition was once to prove her worthiness to the world by suppressing everything. Now, her goal is probably to seal everything between heaven and earth, including all 3,800 Dao sources and even Grand Dao itself. Yen Hai, or the Sword Empress personality, is sharp, aggressive, and even arrogant because her path or pursuit is to /heaven. This heaven does not refer to the sky, space, the world, or even heavenly Dao. No, her target is whatever or whoever is the limit of power in this vast universe. That's who she wants to /. That alternate version of myself would eventually have a personality similar to mine, meaning that he would indeed become incompatible with her, but by then, it would have been too late. Wang Wei sighed before suddenly pausing. His mind caught a sudden inspiration. He focused. The words, intention and Tao harmony, and a scene from his time in the lower dimension remained vividly in his mind. It was the scene where heaven and earth celebrated because he was too happy after receiving Wu Hong's letter. Harmony, heaven and earth, naturally affecting, changing, and influencing it, a light flashed in his mind. He understood what was happening. Assuming that he's correct and his future self reaches a realm comparable to Grand Dao, and his pursuit of absolute freedom has not changed, what happened to Sun Junyao was due to his influence. A being of his level is so powerful that he can naturally influence the entire chaos universe, past and present, to help him achieve his goal, just like heaven and earth celebrated Wang Wei's happiness back then. His emotions and desires have transcended everything mundane, time and space, and almost every concept in the universe. That version of Wang Wei is playing a chess game using the chaos universe, countless concepts, lives, and time and space as the board, but he doesn't have to actively make a move. The chessboard itself will also actively help him win. Of course, the same goes for his opponents. The move of making Sun Junyao give up on Wang Wei so soon was probably a passive move of the chessboard. That's why it's so smooth and natural. Wang Wei wanted to take a cold breath. This level of existence. He was in awe while simultaneously excited. After figuring out everything, a weird aura emanated from his body. Epiphany? Sun Junyao thought, a little surprised. Wang Wei opened his eyes, not hiding his excitement. This deduction benefited him immensely. He had a deeper understanding of Fate Tao, its operation, and its overwhelming potential. Additionally, Wang Wei peeped at the power of higher entities, which will be pretty helpful when it is his turn to reach that level. The most important part about this epiphany was that it did not matter whether his deduction was complete nonsense. As long as he believed it to be true, he could work in that direction to reach that level and eventually self-actualize this level of power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1304 End of first meeting. As he opened his eyes, Wang Wei saw the slight envy in Sun Junyao's eyes, and he understood. There were two types of epiphany in the 3 stages of the immortal realm, the kind that instantly increases a cultivator's understanding of the Grand Tao Source by 1% and the kind that gives a significant boost/blessing in cultivation for an extended period. Wang Wei's epiphany was the latter, but even such a kind was rare and valuable beyond words. After establishing such a deep foundation in the mortal realm, the effects of my innate paragon soul are better than I anticipated, Wang Wei analyzed. However, he did not focus too much on that as his mind shifted to his previous deduction/epiphany. I don't have to wait until I'm at a higher level to reach such a state. I can lay the foundation now and maybe even acquire this ability early, Wang Wei thought, deducing how he could go about achieving such a task. Above the Taishuang indifferent state of mind, Taoism has a higher level called harmony with the Tao, which allowed them to fuse their mind with heavenly Tao, entering a state of absolute calmness, absolutely stillness, and emptiness. In other words, a state without emotions, thoughts, troubles, or concerns. In this state, the blessing for understanding the Grand Tao Source is comparable to some of the best physiques that lean toward comprehension. Many inspirations flashed in Wang Wei's mind. Buddhism sees the world as a sea of suffering and strives to transcend it. Maybe I can combine these two to get what I want. First, enter a state of harmony with the Tao. Then, find a way to transcend heaven and earth. No, I don't need to transcend it. I don't think I can even do it at this level. I only need for my status, my existence, to be above heaven and earth even by a slight margin. Then I can guide it to help me achieve my goals and ambitions. Wang Wei was excited but soon calmed down. This plan sounds easy, but this was far from the truth. There were many obstacles to overcome. The first of which is a deep understanding of Taoism and Buddhism and sufficient achievements in spiritual practices. Wang Wei has access to the knowledge to make achievements, but spiritual practices usually require dedication and their own unique Tao heart to reach high levels. Luckily, Wang Wei has an ever-changing Tao, so with a thought, he can be a Buddha and, with another, a supreme Tao Lord. The second obstacle is the harmony with the Tao state. Many Taoist priests failed to reach this level or did not even take this path because of the consequences of assimilation. The consequence of fusing with heavenly Tao is to turn into an emotionless machine, just like supreme unity. Taoism emphasizes reducing and regulating emotions, not completely removing them. As such, any priest who has such a state of mind will have to constantly be on guard to prevent themselves from being assimilated and turning into a monster. Of course, some people actively pursue assimilation. These people belong to a unique branch of Taoism called the Way of Indifference, the Way of Ruthlessness, or the Way of Heavenly Tao. This is harder than I thought, Wang Wei pondered. He had attained great success in 2 different spiritual practices and then fused them. By any standards, it will take a long time to succeed, and it might not even work. Instead of wasting time, I might as well focus on becoming a half-step transcendent. Wait, Why am I so arrogant to think I can make such a technique in the Paragon realm? My goal should be to lay the groundwork now, and once I'm on that level, I may succeed. Wang Wei believed his future self was way more powerful than the two sons, and it's not because they used an incomplete method. According to his deduction, becoming a transcendent is such an enormous leap from the Paragon realm that the half-step exists. However, there should be a difference between the half-steps. Maitreya and Supreme Unity would be something like Tier 12. 1, while Wang Wei's future self is like Tier 12. 7 to 12. 9, and Tier 13 is true transcendence. His technique should allow him to have some characteristics of 12. 7 people while in the realm of 12. 1. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He hoped he knew enough about the realm of half-step transcendence since he was not fond of this 12. 1 and so on system. Is something wrong? Sun Junyao asked again after noticing his weird reaction. No, Wang Wei replied. Where were we? Oh yes, negotiations. I have no problem with the price or your rules. Sun Junyao glanced at her before raising her eyebrow ever so slightly. That's good to hear. Is there anything else? One last thing. This is for you. This is purest power of fate, Wang Wei responded. What is this? A gift? She looked at him strangely. Oh, don't misunderstand, this belongs to you. I intercepted it from old man Tianji. Sun Junyao knew he was telling the truth as she sensed a direct connection to this power. After seeing this power, her mind deduced many things, and she understood a few puzzling matters, including why the reclusive old man Tianji was so willing to work with her. Well, thank you. No problem, Wang Wei replied. Well, it's time for me to leave. Now he's met Sun Junyao and knows how to break their connection. Wang Wei achieved everything he set out to do for this meeting. Things went even better than anticipated, with Sun Junyao completely giving up on their relationship. I should still be on guard since I doubt fate would accept this result without any resistance, but am satisfied for now, Wang Wei pondered. Fellow Taoist, why don't you stay a little longer? I'm happy to continue hosting. Wang Wei could tell she was just being polite, so he declined. That's a shame, Sun Junyao nodded before looking at the chessboard. Especially for the unfinished game. We could preserve it for our next meeting, Wang Wei suggested. Oh. After the previous alienation, Sun Junyao thought he only wanted a strict business-like relationship, but he seemed open to a regular acquaintanceship. She pondered briefly before nodding. That's fine. You can keep the board, but please, do not cheat. I would never, Wang Wei said, and with a wave of his hand, the time in that world froze, and he put the chessboard away. Sun Junyao did not believe these words. She knew that if there were any benefits to winning and cheating was the only method to guarantee the win, he would cheat without reservation. Why do I feel my reputation in this woman's mind has been ruined? Wang Wei thought after reading Sun Junyao's facial expression. He was speechless as he realized his assumption was correct. He shook his head, bowed to her, and disappeared from the heavenly beauty palace. Wang Wei did not return to the Dao burial ground. He teleported to a random realm located in Blood Dragon's territory. As soon as he arrived, he sensed more than 7 battles in the void. As expected, it's in chaos. Wang Wei did not have the manpower to occupy such a vast territory, and even if he could, he wouldn't dare. His movement was still an underground one, so occupying any territory would be revealing himself to the world and his enemy. Other people or lineages did not dare take over these territories or adopt a wait-and-see tactic, leaving the parasites. However, these people did not dare leave the boundaries of their territories. Blood Dragon's death scared many of them, especially without the presence of their leaders. Their tactics also involved waiting and protecting their territory. Expansion could wait until their leaders came back or ordered them to do so. I spent so long worrying about reactions from these parasites that I overlooked the time difference between primordial chaos and inside the eternal ascension world. Although 3 million years have passed, a small amount of time might have passed outside. More time might have passed, but these people could not intervene or react because the war had significantly intensified. Moreover, I have a feeling that these people are used to taking their time when doing things. I haven't fully adapted to that yet, Wang Wei thought as he flew around this place. He was used to things happening relatively fast in the lower dimension, especially during his time as Heavenly Emperor. However, things may be slower in the upper dimension. It sounds like a bad thing, but it's the opposite. Taking more time to respond means taking more time to prepare for the response. Fast also means unpreparedness, being sloppy, and more room for error. Despite this, I have a feeling that Supreme Unity hasn't reacted because he's waiting for something. Wang Wei frowned. The question is what? He thought about many possibilities, but he did not like any of the results. Forget it. Let's just prepare for everything I can think of. Anyways, I have nothing but time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1305 Relief. Sun Junyao walked into a long corridor with a furrowed brow. A few palaces saw and quickly saluted, but she was too lost in her thought to notice. Soon, she arrived at her destination. Master, Xiao Tiandi quickly said. Are you all right? Sun Junyao finally woke up and smiled gently. What can happen to me? She walked to the slightly elevated podium and sat down, and her apprentice followed. The announcer, Sun Tong, appeared next to the two and served tea before sitting next to the palace lady. Xiao Tiandi controlled himself so he would not immediately ask 1,000 questions by slowly sipping his teeth. Palace Lord, what happened? What took you so long? For the most part Sun Junyao told him what happened but in too much detail. So, by some twist of fate, he did you in a way, Sun Tong nodded, feeling relieved. She has said something similar to the Palace Lord for many years, but her words could never get through. However, she's happy that the latter finally awakens regardless of who helped her. What do you think of him? Sun Tong asked, and Xiao Tiandi perked up to listen. He's a scary man with immense power, talent, and a deep mind, Sun Junyao replied seriously. I understand why Little D saw him as a rival. Xiao Tiandi rolled his eyes. He hated that nickname, but no matter what he tried, his master refused to stop calling him that. However, I recommend you prepare yourself, Sun Junyao said directly to him. Master, you don't think I'm good enough to compete with him? Xiao Tiandi asked, feeling he was looked down upon. Sun Junyao sighed. It's not a matter of whether you can compete. I know you have the talent. The issue is you're too late. He's way ahead of you, and if you want to catch up. Sun Junyao shook her. If it were the past, she might have said something about the finish line. After all, back then, everyone was stuck in the peak Paragon realm, so even Wang Wei reached that level, it was only a matter of time before Xiao Tiandi caught up. However, there was now a path ahead, meaning there were many uncertainties. Xiao Tiandi was quiet. One cruel truth about geniuses is that once you're surpassed, there is a chance you'll never catch up. After all, everybody is supremely talented, and everybody works hard. I won't give up. That's the spirit, but don't become obsessed with competing with him or let his existence become your heart demon, Sun Junyao reminded. I want. Sun Junyao nodded approval. She sipped her tea before asking Sun Tong, what has happened during my absence? That's it. What do you mean? Come one, Palace Lord, Sun Tong said with shining eyes. You said it yourself, he's handsome, talented, powerful, and has a great background. On top of everything else, you two were ordained by fate. You forgot to mention his wife, Sun Junyao said. Minor detail. How is that minor? You know what, I won't even entertain your thoughts, Sun Junyao said. He's indeed an excellent man, but we are not compatible. Ever since Wang Wei left, she's been thinking about her decision, and the more she thought about it, the more relieved she felt. She sensed that she had avoided a catastrophe by avoiding that man. Is that so? In that case, it's for the best, Sun Tong nodded. She wanted the Palace Lord to find someone to spend her life with, but it also had to be the right person. She didn't mind if the person had other wives as long as they treated the lady with great sincerity. However, if she felt they were incompatible, there was no sense in pursuing such a companionship. Xiao Tiandi, quietly listening to this conversation and drinking his tea, felt a sense of relief after hearing these words, and his body relaxed. He did not want his master to get with Wang Wei, and it was not because the latter was his peer or due to the immoral emotions he recently developed. He wanted nothing more for her to find happiness, and had gladly accept it as long as someone could give it to her. However, he had already figured out that his master was not compatible with Wang Wei. His master has a flaw in her mental state, which is something that someone like Wang Wei can easily take advantage of. However, this was not his main concern. His primary worry was that his master had trust issues. Sun Junyao lived her life amidst wolves who wanted nothing but her body and beauty. Living in such an environment already made her weary of the people around her, but the straw that broke the camel was when she discovered her parents had sold her to the highest bidder. After learning this truth, Sun Junyao became discouraged at the world and mistrusted anyone who came close to her. She ran away from home and never met with her parents again. When her mother died, she did not show off, participate in the funeral, or even send words of condolence. When her father came to see her, asking to help revive her mother, she coldly refused. Luckily, Sun Junyao had Sun Tong, the maid who raised her, accompanied and protected her. No matter what she did or said to drive Sun Tong away, she remained steadfast in her loyalty and desire to protect her young lady. It's that unwavering dedication that melted Sun Junyao's heart, allowing her to have faith and trust people again. Although Sun Junyao was much better than when she was young, Xiao Tiandi knew his master needed someone who could sacrifice and truly open their heart to her, even if it was just to reassure her. Someone like Wang Wei, who has many secrets and countless thoughts, schemes, and plans, cannot be 100% with their partner. Master, I'm glad you're okay, but I have some inspiration, so I'll go cultivate. Oh, all right. Xiao Tiandi bowed before walking out of the room. What's wrong with him? Sun Junyao asked. A light flashed in Sun Tong's eyes. He's been a little stressed lately, so he might need to relax a little. Is that so? Keep a close eye on him. We don't want him to regress to his old self. I don't think that will happen, but I will. Sun Junyao nodded. Anything noteworthy to report? 2 things, Sun Tong reported. The Dao opening sect responded that they agree with our proposition, but the summoning ceremony is more complex than they anticipated, so it may take a while before they finish their preparation. It's good news that they're willing to help us in the first place, Sun Junyao smiled. True, Sun Tong agreed. Regarding the second thing, it's about the world's changes since 3 million years ago. Xiao Tiandi stood in his cultivation room, looking at the sky in a daze, for hours without moving a muscle beside his face. What am I doing? How could I suddenly fall in love with my master? Oh, who am I kidding? I probably always loved her. He smiled wryly. Regardless of when it happens, it doesn't change the fact it's wrong. Due to the long and exaggerated lifespan, cultivators do not have so many rules and restrictions about their partners. So, unless they are from a religion like Buddhism, which altogether forbade relationships, Taoism, which takes master-disciple relationships seriously, and the literature way, which is strict on etiquette, most people will not care about a master marrying their disciple. On the contrary, this kind of union is rather common sense, as masters and disciples spend much time together and know each other intimately. This known fact is one of the contributing reasons, besides his talent, the parasite schemed against Xiao Tiandi to turn him into a waste. Of course, there are some hidden rules for these kinds of relationships, mainly that they are more acceptable if the people involved are in the immortal realms. Suppose one of the individuals involved is still immortal. In that case, there is a concern about lifespan and the power dynamic balance in their relationship, so many people will condemn these types of relationships. In fact, in cases like Xiao Tiandi, the people involved usually wait until they are in the same cultivation realm before revealing the information to the public. Should I just bottle up my emotions? It might be better that way. Master won't think less of me, and I won't tarnish her name and reputation, Xiao Tiandi thought, but his face contorted after feeling like this. If I continue like this, my state of mind might be affected. It's better to tell her the truth and face the consequences, good or bad, he analyzed. However, it's best I wait until she finds her true self and face. That way, she can understand that my love is sincere. After deciding, Xiao Tiandi felt a heavy weight lifted from his shoulders. He did not know what the future held, but he knew his heart was at peace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1306. The current situation. Wang Wei suddenly craved food after not eating for so long, so he searched for a place to grab something. However, with the current chaos, most places were destroyed or closed. He searched for a few seconds before finding a small restaurant. "You're open." The waiter suddenly fell to the ground. The last thing he expected was someone to appear in his room suddenly. Then, his face paled as he realized something. Cultivator. He immediately stood up and kneeled on the ground. "Sir, please spare my life." Wang Wei looked at this poor man and shook his head. The mortals in the upper dimension had a rough life. Although they can naturally live for over 1,000 years, their lives are as fragile as paper in this world ruled by gods, demons, and higher dimension life forms. "Get up," Wang Wei said, and a magical force picked up the waiter from the floor. "Is this your restaurant?" "Yes." The waiter was incapable of forming a normal sentence, so Wang Wei waved his hand to release a golden light that immediately made his mind and spirit calm and at peace. "Thank you, Lord," the waiter said. "And to answer your question, this is indeed my restaurant. No one wants to work in these dangerous times, so I had to do it myself." "Aren't you afraid?" Wang Wei asked. The waiter sighed deeply. "Of course I am. However, the money at home has run out, and I need to feed my family." "I respect that." No matter how weak this man was, it was respectable that he put his life in trouble to feed his family. "What's your name?" "Lord, my name is Hui Mengwei." "But it seems our name has the same character. In some way, this is a kind of fate," Wang Wei smiled. "Serve me your best dish, and if I'm happy, your fate will change from now on." Hui Mengwei was shocked but was soon filled with excitement. No matter what this opportunity was, whether it was simply a monetary reward or a chance to walk the cultivation path, he knew his life would change for the better as long as he could please this lord. However, can I please this lord? Hui Mengwei knew how high these cultivators' standards were, and his little restaurant was small even in its heyday. This is not the time to hesitate. He rushed to the kitchen to prepare. Although he was the owner, Hui Mengwei was once a cook and learned from his father. After inheriting the restaurant, he was more hands-off, but he's the one who created most of the menu, so his cooking was decent, at least by mortal standards. Wang Wei found an empty seat and started his work. A screen materialized before him, showing Wang Qi's frowning face less than 10 seconds later. "What's wrong with you?" "Sect Master, you can't do this." "What are you on about?" Wang Wei asked. "I've said it before, my loyalty lies with the madam. I will not accept or acknowledge anyone else." Wang Wei looked at him in puzzlement before remembering something. "Bastard! Don't tarnish my name and reputation. Aren't you doing that by yourself?" Wang Qi sneered. 3,000,000 years, he roared. "I don't think you've spent so much time with the madam." "Bastard, I told you not to slander me," Wang Wei yelled back. "I was helping her remove Blood Dragon's Dao imprint. Do you think I'm stupid? You spent so much time with such a beautiful woman that nothing happened between you two? Your words are either insulting my integrity or revealing what kind of person you are," Wang Wei sneered. "So, which is it?" Wang Qi was immediately embarrassed. "You really didn't do anything?" Wang Wei just looked at him with ferocious eyes. "Then why did it take so long? Do you think anyone can remove the Dao imprint of a paragon? The process would have taken you on epochs if not for my cleverness." Wang Qi paused as he remembered reading something similar in the records from the Fate Shadow Guard. He coughed in his fist before continuing, "I'm sorry about that. I just wanted to protect. I've tolerated you enough." Wang Wei cut him off. "Once I return, I'll check your cultivation, and if I'm not satisfied, I'll punish you myself." Wang Qi smiled wryly. "I understand." He sighed. "It doesn't matter. As long as I can protect the madam's rights and future happiness, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little." "Sect Master, are you not returning immediately?" "I plan to eat something, check on you before returning," Wang Wei said, his eyes still fierce. "However, after seeing your reaction, I think I should see her and report to prevent others from slandering my name." Wang Qi coughed again. "Sect Master, that happened so long ago. Why are you still focused on that? You're a great man, so show your broad-mindedness and don't be so petty." Wang Wei was immediately baffled. It hasn't even been 10 seconds. Since when was this bastard so shameless? "However, since you've changed your itinerary, I recommend you also add visiting Emperor Kong," Wang Qi said. "You missed the previous meeting, and although I've explained, it might be best to explain directly." "You have a point," Wang Wei nodded. "I should probably bring a small gift." Wang Qi agreed with these words. Since they were in the wrong by canceling the first meeting, it's normal to show sincerity by apologizing with a gift. "What happened during my absence?" Wang Wei asked. "Where to begin?" Wang Qi said. "The professionals came running to use less than 100,000 years in their conversation. After suffering a little, they all thought they were suffering from luck backlash from Blood Dragon's death. Some of the people who refused to sign the contract even contacted us. Of course, I made them sign a more restrictive contract." Wang Wei nodded. "These alchemists should be happy I gave them more than 100,000 years as a vacation." "The Puppet Demon's workshop is already in operation," Wang Qi continued. "Everyone else is retreating and increasing their strength after acquiring so many resources. The Fate-Changing Hall is a similar situation. Your plan worked. Most of the resources from these loose cultivators' hands had to be returned to us since they only had the raw materials. However, there are some issues that you need to decide." "What is it?" "Some loose cultivator professionals have taken some of our business by offering lower prices. I've been debating whether I should stop them or not." Wang Wei pondered. "No need for that. There is a mixed bag among loose cultivators, so the quality of their professionals is less than ours, not to mention their low numbers. However, you can create false scenarios and spread rumors about these professionals cheating others and delivering faulty products." Wang Qi's eyes lit. "One of the advantages of using the hall's own professionals is that they must guarantee their products and their reputations. However, suppose someone chooses the unofficial path and hires one of those loose cultivators. In that case, there are no guarantees, meaning it's easy to take their operation down by ruining their already shaky reputation. These people are not stupid, so there is a chance they might deduce we are behind these sudden rumors," Wang Wei continued. "To ensure no problem, choose one of the professionals with a terrible personality and blame it on him." "As expected of you, Sect Master," Wang Qi praised. He destroyed these people's secret business with one move and removed all suspicions from themselves. "No amount of bootlicking can save you," Wang Wei sneered. "Anything else?" "Internally, there is nothing else to report," Wang Qi explained. "But a few noteworthy things happened outside. Firstly, the sect sent news that the trial would take longer than anticipated. If they take too long, I might not need it by the time they're ready," Wang Wei frowned. "It probably won't take that long. At the very least, you can use it to deal with the Paragon Realm bottleneck," Wang Qi reassured. "You may be right. Continue." "The rebellion was not happy with us, probably envious of our wealth. However, they said nothing out loud but asked us to sell them information. Did you agree? Of course, after all, they are now our own." "Oh. Red Mask has taken over most of the lower and middle-level officers. The rebellion is basically ours, except for a few groups." "That's good to hear," Wang Wei's eyes shine. "What's the situation with the upper echelons? We don't have enough people?" Didn't Red Mask tell me she was confident she could take over the Blood Dragon's information network? And she did, but we only got 70% of them. That's excellent for such a short period, Wang Wei said. But 70% should be a lot of people. These parasites have an extensive network. Although not the best, they are probably one of the largest in the world. That's the problem. There are too many people, Wang Qi said. Red Mask has been scrambling to control these many people. Wang Wei understood the issue. Although she conquered these people, she cannot trust them yet. As such, she'll need the original members from the Fate Guards to supervise these new members, but Wang Wei's original foundation was way too small compared to the Blood Dragon, meaning Red Mask did not have enough people to supervise these people, let alone spare members to control the rebellion's upper echelons. I'll be in retreat once I've dealt with a few things here. I'll take this opportunity to create more Tier 10 and 11 creation life forms, Wang Wei replied. And if she's truly desperate, she can borrow some creations from Jia Ping and Dulgun. Is this all right? Wang Qi asked. The Fate Guard is one of the core assets of Wang Wei's political powers, so it may be a problem to have others involved. Like I said, it's a desperate move. Plus, Red Mask will know what to reveal or hide from these people, Wang Wei replied. He knew the risks, but this was one of the dangers of swallowing a behemoth like the Blood Dragon's network. So, it was worth it to take the risk to digest the behemoth since the reward would be worth it. As for the problems that will arise, they can be dealt with given sufficient time. I understand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1307 God of Cooking. What is the current situation of the other parasites? What's their reaction? Wang Wei asked. Things are becoming complicated, Wang Qi replied seriously. There are signs that the fights between the two suns might reach here. A battle between Buddhism and Taoism? Tell me what happened? Wang Wei frowned. It started with the disappearances of a few renowned Taoist priests and eminent monks, but about 15,000 years ago, these two had a direct confrontation over a small source stone mine. Do you think someone is manipulating these events? Red Mask had the same thought, but after investigation, we found no mastermind. However, we found a few people secretly fanning the flame. Did we join in the fanning? I wanted to, but Red Mask said there were too many people already doing it, and there is no point in joining since we might be revealed, Wang Qi explained. That's fine, Wang Wei nodded. Since he handed everything over to us, he trusted her judgment. If Buddhism can retrain and balance Taoism, they'll have more room to maneuver, Wang Wei muttered. What about the others? They have entered the highest state of alert. They cleaned up a few core territories, eliminating all spies or anyone they deemed suspicious. We've lost a few people, Wang Wei explained. Luckily, our methods are far from ordinary. The Fate Shadow Guards will parasite someone's fate line and take on their identity, luck, destiny, and everything else. This method is hard to guard against or detect. Although they lost some members, they still retain a decent amount of them. From what we know, they've been doing a few things since that day. Firstly, they've been using their resources to build their military. It seems that everyone is preparing for something. Secondly, they've been on guard against each other while lowering their previous confrontation, at least in the open. From what the guards reported, Wang Qi knew there had been a decrease in confrontation between the borders of these parasites' territory. The third thing is they have been hunting down Sun Junyao, Wang Qi continued. They have offered a substantial price for any information on her whereabouts and even more for her capture. Only capture? Wang Wei asked. Yes. Even the two women? That's right. I want to believe they want her alive because she's valuable and due to the Blood Dragon's wealth in her hands, but I doubt that's the truth, Wang Wei sighed. Continue. The last thing is they are looking for us, Wang Wei added. To be precise, they are looking for Dragon Palace. That's understandable, Wang Wei nodded. The palace contained unimaginable wealth, so he reckoned many people were looking for it, even these top lineages. Is that all? That should be it. No, there is also the celestial race. Them? What do they want? They seem very satisfied with Blood Dragon's death and decided to increase their investment, Wang Qi replied with a bright smile. They've provided us with many resources to train immortal path talents. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. I guess I don't have to enter the business of selling unique cheese. He can easily enter that line of work with his spirit flower ability. However, Wang Wei's original target was the rebellion and a means of amassing wealth. He resisted the urge to launch this plan because of his relationship with the Celestial clan. However, now that the rebellion was under his control, he was wealthy beyond words, and his relationship with the Celestial race dramatically improved. There was no need to ruin their friendship by stealing their business, and he could still use the cheese to train his people. All right, I'll check with Red Mask. The screen changed, and Red Mask appeared. She reported everything to Wang Wei, and he dealt with the issues she could not decide on. Afterward, Wang Wei checked on the fate-changing hall before he was completely free. I finally have a good foundation, Wang Wei thought. After digesting Blood Dragon's network, his Fate Shadow Guard will finally be able to compete on a global scale. Then, with the fate-changing hall, the rebellion, and the Lawless Zone's people, he can build a potent military force to compete with the parasites. The only thing missing is the Paragon tier powerhouse, and that can be solved after entering the Taboo Realm, Wang Wei thought. It would be even better if Monk could also succeed. Wang Wei smiled brightly. He built such a foundation in such a short period, making him slightly proud. However, he only indulged in such emotion for a few seconds before calming down and returning to his former self. After all, his enemies were numerous, so his current power was still not enough. Wang Wei turned his eyes to look at Hui Mengwei. The latter stood with a tray on his hands, his legs and arms trembling. Wang Wei spent at least 3 hours talking and dealing with his affairs, but Hui Mengwei stood in this position without moving. A man of firm will, Wang Wei praised. Of course, he noticed the latter when the food was ready, but he did not say anything just to test him. Put the food on the table. Yes, my lord, Hui Mengwei nodded. I must apologize since the food is now cold. It's fine, Wang Wei said. With a thought, he returned the food to its state a few hours ago and tried it. By his standards, this food tasted like garbage. However, by his mortal standard, it was excellent, especially the noodles. This noodle is not bad, Wang Wei said. Thank you, my lord, Hui Mengwei swiftly said. This is a family recipe that has been refined for more than 10,000 years. That is indeed impressive, Wang Wei nodded. Mortals in the upper dimension can live up to 500 years, and if they take care of themselves and even practice some basic martial arts or health preservation techniques, they can live twice as long. Unfortunately, most die in a catastrophe created by cultivators before reaching such old age. So, the Hui family can survive for more than 10,000 years, which is a sign of their luck and prosperity. Previously, I only wanted to give up a small opportunity, Wang Wei said. But now, I have changed my mind. Wang Wei's original plan was just to praise the food as long as it was decent. This might not appear much, but it was praise from an Empyrean and one that is loved by fate. Hui Mengwei's chi luck would soar with his words only, and his family would be blessed with more than 100,000 years of good fortune. As long as they use that fortune correctly, it would not be impossible for them to become a cultivation family. Wang Wei raised his hand to summon an Empyrean artifact. He activated his purpose manipulation technique to change the functions of the artifact. Should I give him a system? Maybe even memories from Earth? No, that will only cause trouble. In that case, let's rebuild these Earth cuisines in another way. He created a few worlds based on cooking inspired by Earth's cuisine and media, television, anime, and left them inside the artifact. Hui Mengwei can experience them and learn their techniques and dishes. He probably needs a pure cooking-based cultivation technique. Should I deduce one? No, it's best if I find and modify an existing one so he can attain the Dui realm. However, after searching his mind, he did not have such a technique, even amongst the ones the sect gave him. Damn it. If only those parasites didn't close the myriad record temple. Wang Wei was annoyed. He wanted to ask his future wife but felt it would be inappropriate to call her now just for this. In that case, let's give him a basic soul-nourishing technique and tell him he can have the technique after meeting certain requirements. This should buy me enough time to find it. Wang Wei created an artifact spirit to better facilitate this deception. Since my purpose is to plant Dao fruits, it's better to go all out. Let's put cultivating a family into this artifact. If the entire Hui clan can dedicate themselves to cooking Dao, it'll reap even more benefits. Wang Wei was not doing all this for nothing. His future wife despised him for not having better cooking skills, so how could he accept that? However, Wang Wei knows he'll probably be busy for a while, meaning he won't have time to be studying the art of cooking. So, he decided to have someone else do it to reap the benefit. Hui Mengwei was lucky. The last part is the heaven will. Should I leave him one or allow him to compete fairly for one? Wang Wei pondered. A good cook must also be powerful to hunt certain materials. However, I also don't need to compete in these emperor battlefields. I can create a world similar to my father's swordsmanship world and have him fight in it. However, this time, the reward can be a heaven will. Wang Wei finished the artifact before looking at Hui Mengwei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1308 Cracked Line Unedited Chapter Wang Wei looked at the trembling Hui Mengwei and said, "Calm down. I wouldn't have waited so long if I wanted to do something to you." "Sir, I'm just too excited and can't control myself," Hui Mengwei swiftly answered. He knew a great opportunity was about to befall him, so he did not want his cowardness, or anything for that matter, to ruin it. "That's good," Wang Wei nodded, not caring whether he was telling the truth or not. "My wife once despised me because I cannot cook or because I don't have as fancy of a tongue as her. As a man who can hold both heaven and earth in his heart, how can I tolerate such a thing?" Hui Mengwei looked at him in shock. This is not where he thought this conversation would go. "I didn't expect even these gods would also tremble under their wife's wrath," Hui Mengwei thought before his body was once again overwhelmed by fear. All he could think about was whether his small body could survive the confrontation between these gods. Even if he survived, he might be wiped out for knowing too much. After all, this god might not want others to know his wife suppresses him. Hui Mengwei wanted to cry but dared not. He thought this was a chance to change his life, but he got himself in between the martial dispute between gods and would be wiped out as a consequence. Wang Wei noticed his sudden emotional fluctuation and checked. He was speechless. This man had a vivid imagination. Well, it's not a bad thing if he can use it for cooking, Wang Wei thought before continuing. He pointed the artifact in his hand, and it fused with Hui Mengwei's forehead. "Out of pride, I made a bet with her that one day, I would make her the best banquet in the world," Wang Wei continued. "I must keep my promise, but am also busy. The Tao of cooking is profound, and if I only study it half-heartedly, I don't know when I'll be able to fulfill the bet." Wang Wei had a half-smile on the corner of his mouth as he glanced at Hui Mengwei. "This is where you come in. I've granted you an artifact that will train you to be the best cook in the world. I want you to build a clan based on the Tao of cooking, creating the best and most unique recipes in the world, and I'll come to get them. Do you understand?" "Lord," Hui Mengwei said, immediately kneeling on the ground. "I will go through fire and thunder to complete your mission." "Good. I hope you remember your words," Wang Wei nodded, deciding not to restrain Hui Mengwei or his family in any way. This can be considered a test for him. If his family can continue their mission and serve Wang Wei faithfully after acquiring a significant amount of power, then it will be fine. If they let the power get to their heads and deny their mission, Wang Wei will just eliminate them and choose someone else. He waved his hand, teleporting Hui Mengwei home. The latter was confused about what had happened until he realized where he was. Truly the method of immortals, Hui Mengwei commented in envy. However, he soon regained his bearing as he understood he might have such power in the future. Hui Mengwei did not immediately leave this room but took this opportunity to communicate with the artifact in his mind. The conversation lasted for over an hour, and Hui Mengwei had a strange expression once he opened his eyes. Wang Wei laughed after seeing this. "Boy, how can you build a cooking clan with only one wife and 2 children? You should thank me." That's right. Hui Mengwei's first mission was to select more wives and concubines to increase the Hui clan's population. Wang Wei was correct when he said the latter should thank him since he left enough resources in the artifact to turn Hui Mengwei and his descendants into great talents. He even instructed the artifact spirit to embed law fragments associated with the Tao of cooking into Hui Mengwei's first 33 heirs, granting them acquired physiques. Wang Wei stopped observing, but he suddenly remembered something. "Didn't I promise that silly little girl to find her master? I remember Blood Dragon took him away, but I don't think he was part of the personals we killed or captured." Wang Wei frowned. "No need to think so much about it. Blood Dragon should have records of what he did with it. They'll find out when I read through all the information from his network. Before then, let's put her talent to use." He pointed to the void to create a master-student karmic relationship between the little girl and Hui Mengwei. "She's about to prove the world, so her safety would be somewhat guaranteed," Wang Wei muttered. He granted the silly little girl a heaven will but did not let her immediately use it since he wanted to increase her chances of becoming an eternal. Luckily, he discovered that although Chen Jilan was silly due to being sheltered by her master, her cultivation talent was extraordinary. It wouldn't take much for her to become an eternal emperor. Wang Wei's eyes focused in the distance to the 7 people fighting without restraint. "Suppress." His voice echoed between heaven and earth, shocking everyone in the realm. A terrifying pressure sent these people crashing into the ground from the sky. "From now on, this is my territory, and fighting is prohibited." This voice frightened mortals, and the other cultivators quickly admitted their fault. This was an excellent place for Hui Mengwei to lay a foundation, so Wang Wei eliminated the unstable factors for him. Wang Wei condensed some of his chaos flame and fused it with this territory as a deterrence. He then changed the secrets of heaven and earth. Anyone who tries to investigate the powerhouse that has taken over this place will only find the source to be this chaos flame that has gained sentience, and it has nothing to do with Wang Wei, the destined one. "Boy, look how much effort I've taken to ensure your growth and prosperity. Don't make me waste my efforts," Wang Wei thought before disappearing from this place. "Where should I go next?" he thought. He should have gone directly to see his future wife and explained. "But I feel doing this would make me look even more guilty, even though I didn't do anything." Wang Wei was entangled. He wanted to explain but didn't want to appear too desperate, as if he had done something wrong. He sighed. No matter what world, dating is never easy. He waved his hand to send 2 talismans, one for his future wife to tell her of his arrival and the other to Emperor Kong. Ultimately, Wang Wei chose to see Emperor Kong first before meeting her. After all, he didn't do anything wrong. I should also show some sincerity, but it can't be too obvious. Wang Wei's eyes changed and he saw his karmic lines. All these lines never touched his body due to the karma unbound body, leaving only one attached to him like an unmovable leech. Wang Wei materialized a sword and used his father's Absolute Cut Sutra to cut off this karmic line. The effect was 10% better. Father's technique is truly unique, especially regarding attack potency, Wang Wei commented as he looked at the cracked karmic line. Unfortunately, he could not completely sever the causal link, but it was good enough that it cracked. She should understand my sincerity. Wang Wei's destination was the Holy Academy realm, where Emperor Kong established the main branch of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. This entire realm was countless times larger than the lower dimension and was a grand city. This should be the outer area? Wang Wei thought as he walked through this vast city. There were no mortals in this place, only cultivators. The concentration of energy in this area is excellent, considering it's the weakest part of this city. However, there seems to be something else in the air. Wang Wei sensed his environment as he walked. eliminating resentment, restless thoughts, calming the soul, and an understanding boost for cultivators below Tier 10. This should be a righteous chi array. Emperor Kong's foundation is more profound than I anticipated. It's one thing to use this kind of array for a few selected areas for talented students, but something else to use it on such a large scale for everyone to use. From what Wang Wei knows, the outer area is for guests and people waiting for the academy to recruit members. Yet, such an environment is already top-notch, so he could wait to see the inner and central areas. While Wang Wei was observing everything, someone flew with incredible speed and landed before. He was surprised since there were flying restrictions even in this outer area, but he understood as soon as he saw who it was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1309. The Academy. Wang Wei looked at the young man before him dressed in a blue literary robe, giving a free and easy atmosphere as if he were an ambitious scholar who wanted to measure the world with his feet. He compared it with the sage-like elderly man in his memory. Headmaster Bai Han? No, I should call you young Master Bai Han, Wang Wei said calmly. Bai Han looked at him, a complex feeling flashing in his mind. At one time, this person was his junior and someone he saw as a threat. But now, the latter became his father's peer. Bai Han exhaled softly to compose himself. He cupped his hands and bowed. Empyrean Wang, it's an honor to see you. My father, the dean, sent me to welcome you. Wang Wei looked at him and sighed. Time is truly a fascinating subject if you look at it through the lens of the human experience. Young Dean Bai, I'm glad I'm no longer your heart demon. Bai Han smiled wryly. I was young back then, so don't take what happens to heart. His father spent much effort to enlighten him, allowing him to realize Qi of calamity influenced him in the lower dimension and that Wang Wei had become his heart demon. I'm not that narrow-minded, Wang Wei replied. Come one, lead the way. No problem. Bai Han flew into the distance, and Wang Wei followed. The outer area was vast, and even while flying countless times faster than light, it took them more than 30 minutes to reach their destination. Wang Wei realized Bai Han wanted to give him a tour instead of directly sending him to their destination, so he enjoyed the sight. There were many people. More importantly, he saw 10,000 different races. Teaching myriad races without distinction? It seems your father is truly walking the path of a sage, Wang Wei commented. Most sects are racially based, including the Tao opening sect. Although they recruit other races, the human race is the main, while only a few highly talented foreign talents will be recruited. The Academy has always met to teach all sentient beings, but in the lower dimension, we had to focus on the human race due to the political climate, Bai Han said. However, here, we have much room for development. There is also the fact you can't offend the demon race by excluding them, Wang Wei added. This academy was the only one opening because Emperor Kong made a deal with the parasites, but he only opened it for humans. The Blood Dragon and Five Feather would have slapped him into oblivion. There is that too, Bai Han nodded. When is your academy's next recruitment? We recruit people every 50,000 yuan epoch, and the next time is still about 2,000 epochs away. That's not a long interval. Resources are strictly controlled and not infinite, so most factions will not recruit people easily. Some factions will only recruit people every million yuan epochs. Of course, they have recruitment halls that will search for talents in the meantime, but no mass recruitments will occur. We promise to train a few elites for the moons, so we must recruit more consistently than others, Bai Han explained. Wang Wei nodded. They soon reached their destination. Wang Wei saw another part of the city in the distance, but he knew this was just a mirage. Then, like the academy in the lower dimension, Bai Han activated a token, and they entered another world where the inner area was located. The first thing Wang Wei saw were countless towers. They were everywhere in this enormous city, and there were many of them, at least 10,000. He also noticed that each tower contained a unique aura or charm. What are those? Wang Wei asked. The different schools, Han explained. The Academy's philosophy is to teach based on a person's talent or ability, so the dean divided the teaching into different schools. There is the School of Alchemy and School of Array that teaches profession. The School of Heart focuses on training the Tao heart. The School of Willpower teaches people with high willpower but low talent. The School of Enlightenment teaches people with high understanding but terrible physical qualities. The School of Combat for people with fighting talent, and so on. This method is excellent for teaching middle to lower talents, but it's not enough to teach top geniuses, Wang Wei commented. Any unparalleled emperor will have their expertise, but they must also excel at many other things, especially regarding Tao heart, willpower, soul, etc. They cannot have any flaws. That's what the central area is for, Han explained. If someone shows talent in many categories, they will be observed and tested for a period before entering the Academy's core for training. I see, Wang Wei nodded as he continued flying. He observed everything including the towers. Is that a devil cultivator? That's right, Han nodded calmly. You guys even accept these people? Wait, why does he feel so weird? I can sense his resentment, but he has no negative karma. He's from the School of Righteous Devil. Righteous devil? I see. You feed the devil cultivators the flesh, blood, and souls of creation lives instead of regular people. That way, their bodies are still full of resentment, but Heavenly Tao does not acknowledge the karma of killing these creation lives. Your father is indeed a genius. As much as we would like to claim the idea for such a thing, but it wasn't his, Han explained. His father told him he had this idea after annihilating a weak Empyrean lineage. Their ancestor was a devil Empyrean, but he did not want his descendants to suffer the same hardship as him. Simultaneously, the man was proud of his supreme magic technique and used this method to help them. Your father wants to teach all sentient beings. Doesn't creation lives count? The existence of this school seems to contradict that. We will teach anyone who comes, but how to teach is something else, Han explained. Truth be told, the School of Righteous Devil exists only to give hope to the desperate. The people with extremely low talent, willpower, and understanding do not meet the requirements of the other schools. However, even so, their school is the most infamous, has the most risks, and has the highest restrictions. Only people with terrible talent who wish to embark on the cultivation path no matter what will enter. Han shook his head. The people of that school are easily influenced by the resentment around them, turning them into madmen or allowing their killing nature to take over and commit true sins. As such, the people in that school are closely monitored, and their teachers have strict requirements for training their state of mind and Tao heart. Leaving hope for the desperate? Indeed a sentiment for a broad-minded sage, Wang Wei praised. The Tao opening sect only cultivates elites, so there is no way for them to have such a branch in their midst. However, the nature of the academy is different, so it made sense that Emperor Kong would do this. Have there been any great emperors born in that school? There have been a few, and one legendary one that also became an Empyrean, Han said with some pride. From the records, he knew many people disagreed with his father's decision to establish that school until a few unparalleled figures appeared, especially Empyrean Nine Death. Oh, a legend? That's right, Han nodded. The other devils used their determination to break the limit of their talents, and then, with the Academy's resources, slowly caught up to their peers and even proved the Tao. 5 of the 7 became Eternals, and the remaining 2 were Pseudo-Eternios. However, these people eventually changed their path. They can no longer be counted as devil cultivators. Some of them even completely denied their origin. Han shook his head. The only exception is Empyrean Nine Death. He continued the demonic path. After purifying his soul and increasing his comprehension, he completed the Nine Death Nine Life Sutra, which absorbed flesh, blood, and soul to condense the supreme demon body, which has absolute control over the soul, resentments, negative emotions, negative karma, blood, death, and life. He never changed his path or denied his origin. Now, he's one of the best teachers in the academy and the second best fighter after my father. It sounds like he does deserve the title of a legend, Wang Wei praised. He could tell what talent someone must have to be allocated to the school of righteous devil. It's also because of these low talents that these people have incredible achievements once they succeed in life. Few would deny that, Bai Han nodded. Many people still want to close that school to this day, but with Empyrean 9 death present, no one dares. That school might be the weakest among the academies and receive the least resources, but no one can shut it down because of its existence. It's already a miracle that Bai Han became an Empyrean in such a short period, so how did he train another? Wang Wei pondered. He was not surprised the academy had Empyreans, but he figured they were people Emperor Kong recruited. However, Bai Han said that the academy trained this man, and it sounded like he was not the only one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13:10 Heaven and Earth Wonders. Things weren't adding up. Unless Emperor Kong had found a few unparalleled geniuses compared to Wang Wei and had access to merit and numerous other resources that speed up cultivation, there is no way for him to have trained a few Empyreans for the academy, especially given how young it was. All the teachers with this cultivation level should have been people he recruited. Wang Wei remembered Emperor Kong's life from the sect's record. After ascending, he found a secret realm that allowed him to become an Empyrean in record time. Such an event brought him some fame, but for the most part, Emperor Kong was inconspicuous. After all, he was a loose cultivator with no background. Many factions invited him to join him, but he refused and disappeared from the world. It was not until about 300,000 yuan epochs ago that he appeared before the world and caused another sensation. All 7 moons and 2 suns supported him in reopening the academies and training talents for them. The reaction to the news varied. Most former academies hated him, while others thought he did an excellent job. After all, their role in this world is to teach, and in the current environment, Emperor Kong's existence has brought some hope to many sentient beings. The people from the lower dimension considered him a traitor for working with these people, while others gave him the benefit of the doubt. A few people realized he was not a simple man. It is possible to train an Empyrean in 300,000 yuan epoch, but only if a top paragon lineage poured their resources and cultivated someone without hesitation. Kong does not have this ability purely from a resources standpoint, Wang Wei analyzed. Another possibility is he cultivated these talents during his disappearance after becoming an Empyrean, but Bai Han's story showed these talents showed up during the academy's existence. Moreover, he should have been cultivating himself and planning for his reappearance. Where would he have time to train other talents? Where would he have the resources to spare to cultivate other Empyreans? The only explanation is time artifact, but is it that good? Heaven and earth are fair. The Emperor Path and Tao Path skipped countless steps by using the Heaven Will to gain access directly to the Grand Tao source, so there must be a way to balance them. Grand Tao makes it extremely challenging and time-consuming to understand the Tao laws and restricts the effectiveness of time formation. By my calculations, Emperor Kong's time artifact would be better than one created by a peak paragon of time Tao. When he used it, the effect was even better than the ones created by a primal paragon. Wang Wei was suddenly caught in an inspiration. Artifact that broke the limit. Effects reducing after use. A bright light flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. No way. This bastard wasn't lucky enough to find a wonder of heaven and earth. Wang Wei suddenly stopped, surprising Bai Han. Is something wrong? The artifact your father used to become an Empyrean at such record speed. It wasn't a wonder of heaven and earth, by any chance, right? Bai Han looked at him, his facial expression changing faster than a chameleon. The former dean did not know what to say. By your reaction, I guess I'm right, Wang Wei replied. Damn it, why is this man so lucky? He was truly envious. Throughout the Chaos universe, artifacts are ranked based on what cultivation realm they have the most effect on. Supreme Innate and Supreme Chaos artifacts affects rank 11 and 12, and it's the same for Empyrean and Paragon artifacts. This rule also applies to Tao and immortal artifacts. Their primary difference is how they are created and their innate characteristics. Innate artifacts are mostly created by heaven and earth, with a few refined by earth and heaven primarchs. Meanwhile, Emperor Tao artifacts are mostly created by Empyreans and Paragons, with a few born from the grand Tao source itself. The former is less potent than the latter. However, they compensate for it by putting less strain on the user's mind and soul. Additionally, innate artifacts cannot corrode a person's Tao like Emperor Tao artifacts. Although Empyrean, Paragons, Earth, and Heavenly Primarch can create many fabulous things with their powers, their abilities paled in comparison to the wonders of heaven and earth. For anything to have the title of wonder, it must meet one requirement: break Grand Tao's inherent rules or limitations. An example would be Emperor Kong's artifact /Secret Realm. It broke the restrictions on how much time acceleration is allowed in the universe, allowing him to become an Empyrean in record time. Another example would be the Yin-Yang land that appeared during the Golden Age. According to historical records, many factions fought for that wonder, including the overlords, and it even appeared that a worldwide war was about to happen. Luckily, someone found the ability of that wonder, which reduced the interest of many people. The Yin-Yang land broke the restriction on birth. Immortal tier cultivators of any path are too powerful and have an infinite lifespan on top of everything else. As such, Grand Tao placed restrictions on their fertility to prevent them from giving birth to too many Tao children and causing too much chaos between heaven and earth. However, no matter what cultivation someone is, as long as they enter the Yin-Yang land, they can give birth to offspring. Wang Wei sighed while controlling his greed. Wonders are attractive, but they also have limitations, and sadly, those limitations are on the number of uses. Most will disappear after only one time, while some will allow multiple users. However, once the usage passes the limit, the wonder will either disappear or the effect of breaking the limit will be gone. What's left is still on par with peak artifacts created by the most potent Paragons and Heavenly Primarch. However, it's not the same as the former wonder. A lot of things make sense now, Wang Wei thought. But I wonder how he kept that thing for himself? Although Emperor Kong's artifact had lost its status as a wonder of heaven and earth, it was still precious, meaning these greedy moons would have never left it to him. Do you want to continue? Bai Han asked calmly. He had figured out that he had panicked for no reason. Their academy never hid the Empyreans they cultivated, and there were many wise people in the world, so couldn't they have figured out their secrets? Yet, his father was able to keep that treasure. Although Bai Han did not know how he did it, the fact he never tried to hide it is proof of his father's confidence. As such, it did not matter whether he accidentally revealed the news to Wang Wei. The truth is, it was only a matter of time before he discovered this truth, just like everyone else. In fact, he was just catching up. The two continued this tour, but Bai Han was mainly quiet, fearing he would reveal too much. Although he woke up from the previous shock, this incident reminded him of the time Wang Wei played with him in the lower dimension, causing him to lose his position as headmaster. Although he knew he had lost so miserably because of the Chi of Calamity, Bai Han also understood that he would not fare any better even without it. He learned from Su Shi what Wang Wei had done in the lower dimension and understood how scary it is to confront such a monster. Bai Han flew slightly faster than before, so the two soon arrived at their destination, a beautiful white palace with a unique Tao rhyme associated with scholars of the literary way. With a glance, Wang Wei could tell this was not an actual palace but a physical manifestation of the world it contained. Once they were before the palace, a formation was activated to scan their bodies. Then, a spatial fluctuation enveloped them, transporting them inside. Wang Wei looked at the vast world before him, taking a glance at everything. "Welcome to the central area," Bai Han said. Wang Wei raised his hand to manipulate something in the air to condense a golden light. "Righteous Qi?" "No, it's not as simple as that. You used an array to transform the Tao Qi between heaven and earth into the purest form of righteous Qi, boosting its effect on cultivation by at least 200%. It's my father's work. He's very proud of it," Bai Han replied after several considerations. He should, especially if this formation can be used with the same effect using third grand Dao sources. Wang Wei nodded. Third grande sources are used by paragons, meaning every single one contains the best quality of Dao Qi. If this formation could still provide a 200% boost or even a 10% boost, it would still be extremely impressive and valuable. That, I don't know about, Bai Han said, telling the truth. His father never told him anything about paragons or things of that level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.